which will be speaking later, is actually the fastest growing software company in history. And most people don't know it's from CE as well. So we want to change this, and that's why we are supporting this initiative. Thank you.
So László, OTP Bank from Hungary.
OTP Bank is a regional banking group, a Hungarian banking group which is present in 12 countries in the CE region. And we are one of the most profitable banks in Europe at the moment, close to 20% return on equity, growing double digit, mid-teens. And we are quite acquisitive, so we are one of the few players who actually invest within the region, from the region. Last 3 years, we acquired 8 banks in these countries, spending more than 2 billion euros. So I think our profile fits very well to this initiative. Thank you.
I just wanted to say we're very glad we're not competing in any of the markets. We mentioned UiPath. Varga's with us. Quickest growing company in the world, actually.
Well, I don't know if we're the quickest in the world, but we have been told by the VCs in the Silicon Valley we're the fastest software, enterprise software company in the history of enterprise software. So UiPath was born and is still very much deep in Romania. We have become the global leader in a new category of software enterprise called RPA, Robotic Process Automation. In 3 years' time, we came from behind and have become the global leader, surpassing our British and American competitors. So there is a lot of talent in this region, and we do believe that there is no reason why other companies could not follow UiPath's path. And our latest evaluation was $7 billion.
Thank you very much. And we're also lucky that we have Bupros from Bulgaria. If you could speak a couple of words of yours.
Yeah, I was there and they said I will come and see how this goes. No, I'm like 7 billion, we're still far away from that, but we was able to start to acquire companies in US, Germany and so on over the last years. Now we're a company which is less than 10 years old, out of Bulgaria. We have 10 countries, 28 offices, and we are doing well. We are in our business, not in the enterprise software, but in the solutions, we are definitely the fastest growth in Southeastern Europe. Thank you.
And a company that in Poland doesn't need introduction, but still I would ask Marek Lusztyn to tell a little bit about PKO SA.
Okay, thanks, Paweł. PKO SA is within the PZU group since the last 2.5 years when it was bought back by PZU and Polish Development Fund from UniCredit. It is a bank of 91 years of history, by now one of the oldest financial institutions in the country. And we are proud to be part of the largest financial institution group in the Central Europe, headed by Paweł.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we have so many important people in the room. I do not want to longen it up any minute longer. So in front of us is a memorandum that we have prepared. It says that we want to cooperate, that we want to promote our region, that we will dedicate our time to make sure that growing Europe becomes known. As I said, most of the companies have already signed before. Some of these fantastic business leaders have decided to come physically to Davos to sign this with us. And if I may ask to start with B as in Bupros, if you could sign this for us. In front of you, history is being made. Marek Lusztyn for PKO. So Peter from Exponel. Thank you very much. László for ATP, if I may ask you. And UiPath, if I may ask you. Thank you very much, Peter.
And last but not least, Paweł for PZU.
I'm already doing this.
Yes, you are.
Should we do this for the pictures? Should we do this? Like, come on. So, going forward. Thank you very much. Say, growing Europe. And now, please free to enjoy some coffee. You have earned it. Once again, thank you very much to Madam President, to Mr. President, to Mr. President of Latvia for coming. And don't walk away because the program in Polish House has just started. We have another panel at 9:30, so stay tuned. Thank you very much. Sorry, I was just told if you could just sit down for a second. We will make a family picture with the president. I'm sorry. Very, very briefly, I forgot one thing. I forgot to say thank you, and I just wanted to say to our four partners, first of all, the Atlantic Council, Fred, Ian, Denise, thank you so much for doing this. Without you, there would be no 3Cs, there would be no Growing Europe. I wanted to thank Google, and that is Karen, and that is Marta Poślad, who is an incredible driving force here in Poland. Thank you so much. You're so smart to have her. Thank you very much for Google. Thank you very much for the Financial Times and Gidron and for hosting us, for making the Media Rummel. And I wanted to thank Madame Bosbacher for being such an incredible person who has keeping us up, keeping us motivated. And last but not least, I wanted to thank Goldman Sachs and John Rogers, who has done an incredible job. Please give it up for John Rogers. And Mr. President, if I may say, if there's one person who has done the most for Poland, it is John Rogers. So thank you very much.
Driving down the bay at night, waiting for the evening tide, sailing with you by my side, sailing till the sun was bright. Flashes of my lifetime, every time I'm in this place, you're just a bliss away. You're just a bliss away. A scent of you comes like a wave, takes me back to lazy days. Endless talks about a plan, synchronizing silences. Still don't get the drift. How love can make us scared. Why do we hesitate? Valerie, maybe it's just the name of my heart's symphonies. They come without a notion. Valerie, I think you mean much more than anything I did. Now all I can say is just I love you. 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 Freedom is when you have to leave, but you decide to stay anyway. I think I'll try to get some sleep. I know we'll find our way one day. Visions of my lifetime. Every time I think of you, you're just a kiss away. Valerie, maybe it's just the name of my heart's symphonies. They come without a notion. Valerie, I think you mean much more than anything I did. Now all I can say is just I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started.
Maybe it's just the name of my heart's symphonies that come without a notion.
Okay, can we turn off the music, please?
Every day, every night, loving. When I'm close to you, I'm falling. Every time, everywhere, loving. When I look at you.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. It seems that on the technical side, we are all ready. Welcome to our roundtable discussion. It's a second session of the morning. We are going to discuss about the collaboration among banks with government supports in growing Europe. We see many examples today that governments and banks work together with a common purpose to overcome challenges and barriers to growth. European integration and the quickening pace of the technological change has been catalyst for collaboration in many areas, from shared infrastructure and data to open banking and payments to digitalization of public services. Poland stands out in Europe in terms of a number of collaborative projects that help improve public services, grow credit in the small and medium enterprises sector, and to reduce the size of the grey economy. Households and businesses are benefiting from better services, access to technology, and much more affordable credit. Bank PKO that I run now plays a special role in this trend. We are a leading provider of housing needs finance, in Polish House for Youth, mieszkanie dla młodych, where we are by far the leader. Small and medium loans with COSME guarantees and de minimis guarantees are a huge success in our bank. We care about sustainable growth and living conditions of Poles and have interest in more than 5 billion euro in public sector projects in recent years. We have been the leader in financing the public sector projects in the country. To discuss the potential of growing collaboration among banks and with government in Europe, benefits to economic growth and the challenges to be addressed, we have a distinguished panel here today, which will be moderated by Anna Sellner, Global Banking and Capital Markets Leader of Deloitte. Welcome, Anna. And joining Anna and I on this panel will be Mr. Tadeusz Kościński, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Poland. Welcome, Mr. Minister. Professor Nuriel Rubini, professor at the New York Stern School of Business, famous economist and a long-lasting friend of Bank PKO. Charlotte Hogg, CEO of Visa Europe. Gilberto Cialdar, President of the International Markets for MasterCard. Thanks for coming. Laszlo Benchik, Chief Strategy and Financial Officer of OTP Bank. Thanks a lot for joining. To set the stage for what I hope will be a very lively debate, we will begin with a presentation outlining some key trends and themes. This will be presented by Grzegorz Cimochowski, Banking and Insurance Leader of Deloitte Central Europe. Over to you, Grzegorz. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Marek. Let me begin by handling technology first. Yes, here you go. So every good slide has a story, and this story has a following. This slide has a following story. It's about what, it's about how, and it's about why, and it's about how. What is basically the scope of our today discussion? So collaboration among banks, but also with governments. The why is basically the graph and in the bottom left corner, which shows that those collaborative projects have been growing lately quite fast. And the how is how those collaborations help economic growth. And here we have 7 examples. I will very briefly walk through them. So one is about leveraging public investments. Thanks to collaborative projects, state doesn't have to put all the money. All it has to do is provide some guarantees, some subsidies that could be leveraged by the commercial banking sector. Same with public services, helps to, thanks to digital technology that banks possess, public services can be much more affordable and better accessible by the public. Then collaborative projects help also to defend local markets, especially in payments, where most of the innovation and disruption happened lately. Collaboration helps banks also to achieve scale. Some projects, for example, national cloud, wouldn't be possible without collaboration, and there are some others. And obviously banks are for-profit organizations, so they need to grow revenues and lower costs. What I would like to draw more attention to is the risk aspect, as collaboration projects help to mitigate a lot of risks that arise. Now, the other question that you can ask is actually what problems, what challenges do collaborative projects solve? And I'm not going to go through all of those that are featured here, but I'm going to pick just 3, which I think are quite interesting and illustrative. So first one is that there are segments in the market, such as small, medium enterprises, micros, young couples, young individual customers, which are on one hand underserved, but also have limited access to credit. And collaborative projects, which we're going to talk about, actually help them get this access and start their life at full speed. Second is credit assessment. Clearly, no bank can arrive at the decisions without knowledge about the credit performance of its customers within the whole sector. But it actually goes beyond into more alternative data, so transactional data from utilities, from telcos. So here there is a bigger space for collaboration, and credit bureaus are definitely not the end of the spectrum. And then last but not least, I would like to draw attention to the shared ATMs and infrastructure. There are some assets which banks currently possess, which are, I would say, becoming more of a liability because they no longer create competitive advantage. And here there is a space for banks to share this infrastructure, which does not create much competitive advantage, but can help to reduce the cost base. Now, all those collaboration projects could fall into 3 categories depending on who drives them. So on the one hand could be government, and this is the left-hand side. So the collaboration can be imposed by national or international laws, and that obviously helps adoption, but it's very slow. On the right-hand spectrum, you have actually commercial partnerships, so those who you don't have to actually incentivize because banks do it in their own interest, and they have basically clear benefits of coming out of those. But I would like to draw your attention on the middle, which is the incentivized collaboration, because that's actually, I would say, the most interesting part. That's where basically a little bit of incentive, typically from the government, can basically incentivize the banks to do something which is in their interest, and that's probably the best area which combines the best of both worlds. So on one hand, there is a bit of intervention, like in the regulatory required collaboration projects, but there's also a clear commercial agenda for the participants. So that's probably the way to go if you want to accelerate collaboration among banks, and not only. This is a very dense slide, and obviously I'm not going to go through all of that, but it has a few messages. On one hand, we have identified 8 types of collaboration, and we're going to talk about it a bit later, drawing some examples. But more importantly, I would like to make few comments on specific types of those collaborations. So bank associations are typically the ones which are most common. And clearly you would see this in many countries. Payments are also the second in terms of popularity. Payments is an area of biggest innovation and biggest disruption as well, so banks needed to react and needed to defend by coming up with collaboration projects. But then if you look at those country flags in those categories, if you had a bit more time than now, and I actually had and looked into it, there's like a few clusters of countries which specialize in certain collaboration types. So for example, Baltic states, they're very good in administrative services digitization. So e-government is actually an area where if you want to look for innovation, you would go to Estonia or to Latvia. That's where many of those projects happen. Then if you look into, for example, identity authentication, it's Benelux countries which are actually specializing in that. And then if you look into financial support distribution, that's where South and East Europe actually excels. So you have Italy, you have Poland, you have Hungary, you have Portugal. This is where many of those projects succeeded and thrived. Now, all those projects need to address number of stakeholders, especially now in Davos when we talk about stakeholders capitalism. We need to balance the needs of different stakeholders. So it's not only about the banks, it's not only about the government, it's also about the households and businesses. And it's most of the needs relate to access to credit and let's say accessible and easy to embrace technology. Now, let me jump into 3 illustrative examples of collaboration projects coming from different markets, from different categories. So let's start with payments, where the need for collaborative projects came from the rise of e-commerce and cashless economy. And there you have 2 examples. One is actually live and running in Poland. It's called Blik. That's a mobile payment scheme that allows not only to pay online, but also in physical stores. You can withdraw your money from ATMs. You can do instant P2P payments. And that's a huge success in Poland, which was possible lately after Bank PKO joined the group of banks and created a critical mass and made it basically a universal payment solution in Poland. On the other extreme, and that's a commercial partnership, so that's no government, no incentive was actually needed to make it happen. On the other hand, you have a Hungarian example, a very interesting one, which will come live shortly in a matter of months, with a big participation of National Bank of Hungary, but also the Hungarian Banking Association, to introduce instant payments covering 90% of transactions, both for private individuals and for businesses. So that's very, very interesting, and I'm sure Laszlo will talk about it later during the panel. So that's the payment example. Another one is I'm going to go pretty quickly. It's about PZU and open banking. And obviously, you know, in theory, each bank could come up with its own API to comply with the PZU initiative, PZU directive, but banks have pretty quickly figured out that it makes much more sense to unite, to collaborate and create one API standard. And there are 2 examples from Germany, from Poland. Obviously, there's a number of other countries which followed that path. So that's a clear example of commercial partnership which serves the purpose not only of banks, but also of the customers. And then the last example, I think a very interesting one, financial support. And there we have, again, 2 examples from Poland and from Hungary. Examples of financial support which is subsidized by the state to help young couples, young borrowers to get a mortgage. In the Polish example, and that's actually one of the programs where Bank PKO has a very high participation of, I think, close to 50%. And then there is another very interesting example from Hungary, a subsidy for couples having babies. If you have 1 baby, you get your interest waived. If you have 2 babies, you get your principal waived in 30%. If you have 3 babies, your principal is gone. And we're just joking with Laszlo prior to the panel that I actually missed my chance because I have 3, the 4th is coming, and I'm not Hungarian. So unfortunately, I was born maybe from that purpose, not in the right place. But as I understand, if I had 3 more, then I could benefit from that, and I would be a Hungarian citizen. So I think the jury is still out. Okay, last few slides. We are in Davos, so we need to bear in mind that whatever topic we're talking about, it needs to balance the different stakeholders, and it has to support inclusive economic growth. So how do collaboration pass that test? And let me pick on 3 examples here. One is the administration services digitization, and their collaboration actually helps to not only to reduce costs, but more importantly, to increase the adoption of technology. Because I mean, digital technology is the one that is it's much easier to penetrate bigger groups of citizens than with a traditional means. Then the second one I want to draw your attention to is financial support, which again helps to cater for needs, especially loan needs of, let's say, some segments which are not necessarily in focus, such as small medium enterprises, micros, young couples, young citizens. And then the last one is about is about payments, cashless payments solutions, which we're going to talk about in the panel, that not only increase speed of efficiency, but also reduce the grey economy, which helps all the stakeholders. And then the last two slides before I hand it over to Anna. One is about the frequency of those collaboration types. And there is a very interesting picture here, because what you have on the left-hand side, you have the two most frequent seen collaboration modes. So it's bank associations. No, it's not a big surprise. That's definitely in the interest of banks to set standards and to shape the regulation, sensible regulation. Payment solutions don't come as a surprise neither, because that's an area where biggest innovation is happening, biggest disruption. So banks need to react. And also along with the cashless trend happening, not a surprise. Then you have business subsidies and business support programs we talked about. That's a very nice, and as we will see, very common collaboration, which is a win-win, because on one hand, the government, with a little bit of money, increases the motivation of banks to do something which is for the good of, let's say, some segments which otherwise would not have access to credit. And then let me spend the last minute on this slide on what is on the right-hand side, because I think that's even more striking. So the least popular collaboration we find in Europe, in the small sample we have looked at, like 15 countries, is actually e-government. So e-governments, I mean, indeed, in Baltic states, you would see some banks collaborating, but other than Baltic states and few other examples, government is not fully utilizing the digital advanced technology that banks have. Maybe in Poland it does, but in many countries it doesn't. So that's for me a clear takeaway that government could actually utilize the advanced digital technology that banks have to spur or to grow e-government initiatives. Another category which is actually at the top, at the right, so which is very infrequent, is crime prevention. So there again, we found only very few examples in UK, Netherlands, and I think in Latvia, where there was a broader collaboration of government and commercial banks to prevent crime. And obviously, the criminals, they don't follow the borders. They have a lot of means to conduct crime. So there's clearly a call action for the government and for the financial sector to prevent crime in a more let's say collaborative and organized manner. And last slide before I pass it on is the trend. So you have seen this on the very first slide, that the trend is an upward trend. But let me comment on basically different phases, what happened in the last 3 decades, because we look into the last three decades of collaborative projects in Europe. So initially, there was pretty slow growth in the 90s. And for those of you who remember, it was the time when basically the CE economies were transforming. So the banking systems were forming. So there wasn't really too much banks to collaborate with, because they were actually being set up. So that also doesn't come as a surprise. Then what you see is actually in the outies, post the year 2000, it has actually accelerated ahead of the financial crisis, and that is very much linked with the expansion of the European Union. The peak of the European Union integration enlargement was in 2004 when 10 countries joined, and there you see a growth which was surprisingly driven mostly by the payment and shared infrastructure projects. And then the financial crisis comes and the growth stalls. But then it actually, following 2011-12, it accelerates again and it boosts. And then obviously the question arises, where does it come from? So on one hand, what you don't see actually on this slide is actually a much broader adoption of mobile banking. Mobile banking actually started to grow around 2012, 2011. That's exactly when many of those projects also started to happen. And another one is regulation. So PSD2 enacted in 2015. It has also contributed to acceleration of this trend going forward. And now it's actually grows. It looks a bit like exponential curve, but probably it's not. Yet it seems like the trend is there, and I think the panel, in the panel, we're going to discuss about 3 major topics. One is what are the key learnings from those collaborative projects that our panelists experience themselves. Second is what role the government could play in accelerating this trend to the benefit of all stakeholders. And last but not least, how can we ensure, how to best ensure competitiveness of European banking industry? Is collaboration the only answer? Is consolidation another way, or maybe both combined? And on that note, let me finish and pass it on to Anna and to our distinguished panelists.
Thank you very much, Jacob.
Thank you.
Thank you and a warm welcome to all of you on the panel and to the audience. Over the past 20 years, Poland has been a growth leader in Europe and its financial sector a large enabler, key driver of that growth. However, the key aspect of that success, of that growth, was very strong collaboration between the banks, collaboration with the government, and collaboration across financial sector with non-financial players as well, technology companies, telcos, and recently fintech. In today's panel, we'll explore the theme of collaboration and specifically how that collaboration may be even more important going forward than it was in the past. We'll look at this in the context of 3 examples: credit subsidies and guarantees, payments, and very importantly, technology, innovation, and fintech. So let me start with credit subsidies and guarantees. I would like to direct the first question to Marek. What has been experience of Bank PKO with credit subsidies and with guarantees, and therefore collaboration with the government?
Okay, thanks, Anna, for the question. Actually, PKO for years has been a leader in with regard to credit guarantees and subsidies programs, both with regard to the personal finances as well as small and medium enterprises financing. For a very long period of time, we were by far the largest contributor to the mortgage subsidies program offered by the Polish government, so-called housing for youth, mieszkanie dla młodych. And at some point, we have almost 50% market share in that program. In that context, if you look back on the last couple of years when we were participating in this program, we have helped to provide affordable housing. We were helping out buying the first flat to over dozen thousand families that, thanks to this program, allowed to buy the first flat. With respect to small and medium enterprises, we are also actually the leader as it comes to subsidies program, together with the BGK, State Development Bank. For years, we are offering COSME guarantees and de minimis guarantee programs, which are offered by BGK, which are a huge success among small and medium enterprises. And thanks to that, some of the SMEs were allowed to finance working capital and investment loans that they wouldn't have get otherwise because of the credit consideration. So as it comes to de minimis and COSME guarantees, this is actually a program which, with the help of state subsidies, allows small and medium enterprises to get the first loan and grow the business.
Okay, thank you, Marek.
Maybe just one other thing, just in the context of the main themes of World Economic Forum, there is a lot of discussion about sustainable growth and environment. So I'm happy to say that also PKO is a leader in introducing programs which are helping out financing sustainable energy for the small and medium enterprises. We are offering with some state subsidies program which allow to buy solar panels for small and medium enterprises, and that program is also a great success among our clients.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing that last point as well. OTP Bank has been active across 11 Central European markets, Hungary as well. Many have subsidy and guarantee programs as well. What has been your experience in this area?
Actually, 12 countries. We very recently acquired one in Slovenia in December. I'm very happy to be in this panel and to be here and share with you some of the experience we had, because when I asked my colleagues to summarize the initiatives of the Hungarian government and central bank over the last 10 years, they came up with 5 pages written with small letters. And that shows how active the sector was in Hungary, how active the government and the central bank has been during the last 10 years in Hungary. And if we talk about subsidy programs, it really started with fostering, boosting growth back in 2014 when a funding for growth program was initiated by the central bank. And actually it lasted up until 18. You probably know that the recession in Hungary was relatively deep compared to the countries in the region, and it lasted longer, and we actually ended up having a creditless growth period. We had 3 years where GDP started to grow, but we still had negative volume growth, nominally. And to break out from that deadlock situation, the central bank came up with very extensive program to try to reinvigorate loan growth. And it actually ended up being more than 10 billion euro funding program by the central bank, which was channeled through the banking sector at very low rates primarily to SMEs and micro enterprises in Hungary. And that's like 6-7% of the GDP, so that's substantial. And that has changed the picture. In last 3 years, Hungary was growing well about 4%, right? So this has actually succeeded. But this is just one front. The other front, the government has also come up with various measures, and they are typically targeted at boosting demographics. One of the biggest problem in Hungary, and I think it's very true unfortunately for most of the CE countries, the demographics are negative. And therefore, inducing more childbirths and somehow giving financial incentives to have more kids have always been in the mind of the government. And they have really, I mean, just what you mentioned, this program, this loan it can be up to 30,000 euro. It's a one-off unsecured loan. And there's only principal repayment, and if there's one additional kid in the family, then there's no interest payment, and if there are 3 additional kids, then actually the whole remaining loan is forgiven, and it's all subsidized and it's all guaranteed by the state, and it's also distributed by the banking sector. So this is obviously great for the banks, and it's great for the customers, and it's a very efficient way of distributing these subsidies.
It's a strong example of collaboration with the government.
I believe so, yes.
So I would like to actually ask about the government perspective on the same topic. And Minister Kościński, what are maybe some of the key objectives of the government that could be enabled by this type of system of subsidies and guarantees?
Yes, good morning to everybody. Well, first of all, the role of central government is to provide or to help promote the provision of good quality, publicly accessible infrastructure. So we can't, as a government, finance everything out of our own pocket, because that's prohibitive. The cost is too much for the taxpayers. So we need to leverage the financial markets. So collaboration is obviously the best way to work with the financial markets. In Poland, we've had some excellent results on sort of the on the macro scale, sort of motorways, railways, modern railway stock, etc. We've provided guarantees at about 25 billion euros already, which has been under loans given by the financial sector. On de minimis, we also have a tremendously good record. I think we have about 60 billion euros in de minimis loans granted. It's about 160,000 credits given, so a very good sector. And on the back of that, of course, banks are able to also give commercial loans, and so we expect another. Was calculate about 7 to 8 billion euros has been granted in commercial loans on the back of government-backed de minimis loans. So all in all, that's probably created about 200,000 jobs, which wouldn't have been there otherwise. So I think this is the type of good example how collaboration between central government and the financial markets in loans works.
Okay, great, thank you. Credit subsidies guarantees is just one of many ways that government and financial sector can collaborate. And Professor Rubini, I would like to ask for your views, not just on this example, but generally on the collaboration and the role of government collaborating with financial sector.
Well, it's quite well known and clear that a key element of economic growth is provision of financial services. There's a strong correlation between depth of the financial system and the quality and efficiency and economic growth, intermediation of savings to investment, payments, insurance, capital market activity, asset management, credit allocation, you name it. And we also know that there are some market failures that imply that maybe there's under provision of financial services, maybe to the poor, to SMEs, to women, financing of infrastructures, home ownership, and so on. So that's where a role in any kind of mixed economy of having government intervention in the financial system and collaborating with the financial system to maximize the provision of these public goods directly and indirectly is key and important. And I think the presentation showed all the wide range of things that can be achieved. And in some countries, actually, as we know, there are even state-owned banks. And the experience with state-owned banks, like with state-owned enterprises, that, you know, if it's arm's length, if they're given essentially objective maximizing both shareholder and stakeholder value, then they can work efficiently as much as private banks. Of course, oftentimes government have also social and economic objectives that are valuable, and they can use the financial system as a way, an instrument of providing it. That's where the source of the subsidies, of the guarantees, and whatever happens. And that can be positive up to a certain extent. We know also there are experiences around the world in which maybe having excessive interference of government in the financial sector leads to maybe banks overextending themselves, whether private or public, and then you create NPLs, and then you get costs for the system. There have been plenty of examples recently, for example, in India, where, of course, state-owned banks were given a whole bunch of a range of social services, like, you know, stimulating agriculture as opposed to particular sectors, and end up overextending themselves. Now they are in trouble, and then you have to fix them and clear the non-performing loan, recapitalize them, and so on. So you have to find the right balance between the fact that there are going to be, of course, public sector and public policy objectives, and making sure that you don't interfere with the financial system in a way you're going to be damaging it, whether it's private banks or public banks. And I think finding the right balance within the two is something delicate, but the fact that it should be collaboration between government and the financial sector is I think, key and understood, and certainly very valid.
Okay, thank you. I would like to now turn our attention to payments. Payments, and specifically in Poland, the Cashless Poland program. Minister Kościński, you have been a leading proponent of that program. What are some of the key objectives and perhaps some achievements already and challenges that program is facing in the country?
There's two reasons why I'm pushing the cashless program in Poland. First of all, we're trying to move the Polish economy away from what I call an imitation-based economy, where we're competing in the world on price. So we weren't really innovating. We were just doing things the same as somewhere else in the world was, but at a cheaper price. We're moving that to innovation, so away from analog to digital. And the second is, of course, the cost. Everybody thinks that cash is free because you don't you don't pay interchange on cash. You don't pay, at least consumers don't pay for withdrawing cash from banks or paying for products and services in cash. So everybody has this thought that cash is for free, when in fact it costs over 1% of the GDP. So it's a tremendous cost. That's 1% per annum. So it's a tremendous cost for the economy. In Poland, we have over 220 billion Polish zloty in banknotes and coins, which is not working for the economy at all. It's in people's safes, under their beds, etc. If that money was put into bank accounts, and banks could actually use that then to finance the economy, it could have a big effect on the economy. Also, cash is, as we all know, it's fuel for the grey economy. We have a tremendous fight with the grey economy in Poland. We've tremendous success in the last 3 years of reducing the tax fraud, especially on VAT. This is because it's becoming more and more digital, moving away from cash to electronic. So I think those are the main reasons. Benefit for everybody going forward, because going into digital payments, yes, on the one hand, you do leave a trail behind you where you've used things like that. But going forward, the economy, business is going to be based on data. It's all the data that we're leaving that's going to be used by business to give us the services and products we require. So I think there are the positive side of that as well.
And any challenges that you see with the program?
Challenges, there's always lots of challenges, because of course we have people who are digitally illiterate, so especially the older generation. So we have to be very, very sensitive that we don't force them to have to use electronic payments. And in Poland we have the strategy that we're trying to make shops have the mandate to accept electronic payments, so telephone payments, card payments, but we don't force the consumers to actually use electronic payments. They can use any payments they like. And of course, not only shops, but mainly shops which are working in the grey economy and not paying their fair share of taxes. Of course, they're very vociferous in making sure that everybody knows how bad electronic payments are and how good cash is. So we have to counter that somehow.
So Marek, Bank PKO is plays a huge role in the Cashless Poland program. What has been the benefits for your customers so far, and what do you see in the market on the ground as the response from your customers?
Actually, since the very beginning, PKO has been an active proponent of Cashless Poland. We are one of the key distribution channels of the terminals to our clients. Since the very beginning, we are actively promoting this service, and we are very supporting the government initiative to reduce the cash circulation in the economy. Our clients on the small and medium enterprises side actually very much like our distribution process. It is clearly shown in the numbers. The numbers of cashless terminals that were distributed to our small and medium enterprises increased 68% year on year. And the value that we offer to customers that would like to join the Cashless Poland program is, for example, a very convenient distribution and terminals collection process. Clients can collect the terminal from one of our over 300 branches that are designed for this. And after the collection, the terminal can be activated within just a few minutes from the SMS code, and it's active since then.
If I could add, I think it's quite interesting to go back how the cashless program started in Poland. It's collaboration, coerced collaboration, I would say. From my point of view, I needed shops to accept electronic payments, and the shops were telling me it's too expensive to accept electronic payments. So I talked to the banks, and I talked to Visa and MasterCard, and saying, I've got the problem that it's too expensive, so either I reduce through putting an act through Parliament, I reduce the interchange down to zero off the cost, or we come up with some other concept. And this is where the market came up with a concept where instead of most of the money going into the banks from the interchange and to Visa and MasterCard, we would create a fund. We created a 600 million zloty fund, unique in the world, which was then used to provide 600,000 POS terminals free of charge for 1 year to our shopkeepers, and also the cost of transactions was zeroed. And that's, I think, a very good example of how we collaborated in Poland. I think unique globally, that banks, payment service providers, international card schemes and the government work together. And it's worked as a success. Over the last 2 years, we've had 250,000 new terminals under the scheme provided.
It is indeed a fantastic example of collaboration, but also collaboration that benefits public, benefits innovation in the market and businesses that are involved. So definitely great example. Thank you for sharing this. Laszlo, from your perspective, do you have similar experiences of programs in Hungary or elsewhere where the bank operates?
Yes, but before I go into that, there's a very interesting phenomenon. Despite all the efforts of governments, central banks, technology firms, fintech, banks, card companies, cash circulation actually increases. Not just nominally, but also as a percentage of GDP. In the Eurozone, if you compare it back to 2006, the year when iPhone was first launched, as percentage of GDP within the Eurozone, it was less than 5%. Today, it's actually more than 7%. In Poland, it was 7% in 2006. Today, it's more than 10% of GDP cash. In Hungary, it went up from 8 to 13, which is very contrarian, right? I mean, digital services, digital payments, digital cash is very easy to use, and despite this fact, customers, people, companies tend to use more and more cash. And this is actually related to the interest rate environment. So there's a very strong correlation between the interest rate and cash usage as percentage of GDP. So it seems that no matter how try we hard in this low rate environment, it's actually very difficult even to stop growing cash as percentage of GDP. Now to tackle that problem, actually there's another very forward-looking initiative in Hungary done by the central bank. The central bank owns the clearing system, the transfer system. It's called Giro. The traditional one they operated, and they decided to develop an instant payment system, and it's going to be launched in March. The infrastructure is provided by the central bank. All banks are participating. It's going to be 24/7, so online, full-time, instant, few seconds. It's not going to cost more to customers. And it will, first step, it will cover only the local currency, HUF transactions. But then actually there's a plan that in a short period of time it's actually going to be linked to CPA, CPA, and also involve euros. So that will actually create an infrastructure which will be, in terms of its efficiency and service level, close to the level of the card infrastructure. So that's quite interesting, and we are very eager to see what the impact will be and how customers will shift due to this higher level of service of provide between accounts to accounts, deposits to deposits, transfers.
So as we heard, both Visa and MasterCard were initial founders of the program in Poland, but you also have been collaborating around the world within financial sector and outside. What type of lessons learned, or perhaps other types of collaborations that you have seen elsewhere that could be of value in Poland, innovative solutions, things to overcome challenges that Minister Kościński mentioned?
Thank you. So I think Cashless Poland is a really good example of the kind of characteristics where this works well. The first characteristic, I think, is a very clear understanding and clarity of objectives. You knew, Minister, what you were looking to do, and I think we all understood that very well. When you don't have that understanding of purpose, or a misunderstanding of what government wants versus what the private sector might want, I think these things begin to fall. I think the second characteristic of Cashless Poland, which again is important for collaboration, is where you've got a very strong alignment between the purpose and interests of the private sector and the purpose and interests of government. And I've worked on both sides, so I sort of like to think I can see both ways. You know, if I look at what financial services are trying to do, and you've said this, their very essence is around economic growth and supporting businesses and consumers. Actually, you know, our mission is the same. It's around enabling consumers, businesses, and economies to thrive. And so being able to draw a very clear line between what you're fundamentally trying to do as an institution and what the government is trying to do in fostering economic growth, I think are two characteristics one should look for in any collaboration. I think particularly the focus on small business in cashless Poland is particularly important because in many economies, small businesses are the engine of employment growth. And if they cannot be enabled to operate in a digital world, and the great promise of going beyond their boundaries, then you know, there is a real risk that they fall behind or somehow you get a more binary economy. So if you look around the world, I'd always look for those two characteristics and equally look for the power of those, I think very resonant in the small business sector.
Yeah, not to be repetitive, I think, you know, for us at MasterCard, collaboration and partnership is the essence of who we are. And clearly on the cashless Poland, I think we align all interests. And in the theme of Davos, this is clearly, you know, in addition to be a cashless initiative, is an inclusion initiative because you're getting the SMEs to be financially included and digitally included, accepting electronic payments in a way that builds the behavior. And also I think Poland has another great example of, you know, innovating, if you will, which is contactless. You know, if you go a couple of years ago, Poland had no use of contactless. Today, more than 50% of the transactions are contactless, and that is coming a lot from small tickets, low-value tickets. So I think it's all about aligning the interests, providing incentives for all sides of the equation. You have to provide incentives to the consumers to use. You have to provide incentives for the SMEs, and it's clear the case where the government really understood the need, understood, you know, the opportunity to reduce the gray economy and actually align all interests on it. So we're really, you know, happy to be part of it.
So you mentioned collaboration with the government, but also innovative aspects of what Poland is doing. In this context, I would like to actually share an example and ask you to comment. And Gilberto, back to you. The example of the BLIK mobile payment system developed in Poland by collaborated banks and today widely accepted, adopted, and perhaps a standard in the market. I know you have strong interest in BLIK. What are your comments? And
yeah, I think this is another great example that innovation happens, you know, everywhere. So this is a clear innovation that, you know, started in Poland with BLIK. 90% of the Polish population actually have access to it. We're happy of, you know, having partnered with BLIK and invest on BLIK to enable, you know, the BLIK mobile payments to be accepted through the contactless acceptance network in Polish, but take it globally. So leverage our technology, our infrastructure, our acceptance, and then take, you know, every citizen of Polish that goes outside can use their and it's clear a collaboration with the banking industry and everybody, applying the best of both, the innovation and the usage that the Polish like, and putting our network, our technology, our safety and security, which is kind of actually the digital enabled systems that, you know, I'm not going to get technical here, but tokenizing all the transactions that go for BLIK, you know, in Poland, outside of Poland. So I think it's great example. We are really happy of being partner of it and investing on.
Okay, great. Marek, you made, through Bank PKO, you made BLIK available to your customers, bringing effectively BLIK to the universally adopted system in Poland. What have been the benefits for the bank and for your customers from using BLIK?
Okay, thanks a lot for the question. That's actually a very good example for a number of reasons that I will not dwell into. PKO was the last bank to join the BLIK system. After the bank has been bought from UniCredit by PZU, we have reconsidered the strategy, and our conclusion was that actually looking at the ecosystem of payments is super important to make sure that the ecosystem is closed. Given the fact that PKO is the second largest retail bank in Poland, without PKO, BLIK couldn't really make a critical mass and show its full potential. And neither the clients of our competitors nor the clients of PKO could use its benefits in full. And then we have decided that it's actually very beneficial for our clients to have access to BLIK payments as well. And for those that are not familiar with this, BLIK is basically the system of mobile payments that allow users payments in a completely like a contactless, cardless effort, cash payouts, instant payments between the mobile phones, as well as the creation of the electronic checks, which are lasting just for a given short period of time, and also extra securities added to those checks as compared to what we know from their paper cousins. And actually, we were getting a lot of questions from our clients why we are not in. So we have decided to sign up as the last large bank, as I said, and since then the popularity of BLIK among the Polish customers actually grow up exponentially. Just before we have started the panel, I was looking up at the latest numbers of how many payments were done in BLIK in last year, and actually the number is mind-boggling, because it looks like according to the recent estimates, the number of payments that were done within Poland in BLIK is close to 200 million in 2019, which means that every man, woman, and child in Poland did over 5 BLIK payments in last year.
So great success. Congratulations to everybody involved in the project, of course. Laszlo, do you see similar projects in payments, either in Hungary, across the region? Any other examples to replicate what Poland has achieved in this space?
Well, I think, first of all, in payments, all banks and fintechs and big techs are pouring enormous amount of investment and money in order to modernize the infrastructure. So I think I see that in every market, basically. So banks are kind of running a race in terms of providing better and better features, more convenience, cheaper to customers, and it's very easy to actually replicate and copy these solutions. Well, there's one good example, for instance, in Bulgaria. It's called Borica. It's actually quite old. It's 30 years old, and it's a complete payment infrastructure. It's owned by the central bank and all the banks together. It's non-profit, and they provide full-fledged card and payment services to anyone white labeled. Right? It's for a fee. So that's very convenient and very low cost in a sense, and actually makes the banks who don't use that, force them to be even more efficient, more competitive. So I think that's a very general term we see everywhere. And more initiatives come, because just linking to your point, I mean, it's very clear that there's a huge economic benefit if you have less cash circulation. There's so much cost at a society level attached to it.
Thank you. I would like to turn now to our last example, particularly specifically technology. Technology is a driver of innovation, of growth. Given availability of exists today with cloud, big data, analytics, and expectations of how those technologies are going to enable and drive growth, it's a critical topic for banks as well. In this context, collaboration involves not just banks and governments. Here we have big tech companies with their cloud platforms enabling innovation, but we also have fintech. And in many ways, fintechs in the past has been seen as a potential threat to the banking system. They do challenge, they do disrupt, but also they provide an opportunity to perhaps collaborate to perhaps integrate solutions that they come up with within the system. So I would like to direct my next question to Visa and MasterCard. And the question is, collaboration with fintech, is it a threat or is it an opportunity? And how do you deal with it?
So I think we, all of us in this day and age, are completely overwhelmed sometimes by the number of different choices you have and all the different technologies that are available. And actually the only way to navigate through all of this is to try and stay very grounded on what it is that we as people kind of want to do and what matters. And so I like to think that at least when you're spending money or thinking about spending money, there are three things that are really important. One is you need to feel super secure. The second one is you've got to feel in control. A lot of people balance very complicated lives, and you've got to help them feel in control. And the last one is it's got to be somewhat simple. And there's lots of great examples of that. And in a sense, if one doesn't go very far from those kind of characteristics, then everything is shaped by your view on that. You know, I think that Europe is peculiarly exciting from a payments point of view right now. It has this wonderful mix of very different sets of people and citizens. It has this extraordinary digital development and innovation, and it has this amazing regulatory structure that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. Lots of things are going to change. But the banks, I think, always in Europe have always been more open to looking at partnerships to deliver for their customers in a way that perhaps in North America that hasn't been the case, perhaps, in the same way. And in a sense, our institutions grew up as part of that, as open networks that look to do some things really well, but also between us all set standards. And the joy of setting standards is that it enables innovation to take place on top. And you know, I like to think even an open network, it is stronger the more participants join it, and it is stronger the more people innovate on those networks. And so this openness, this establishment of standards, and this ruthless focus on what it is that people really want to do with their lives in the very important decisions they make is what's going to help us navigate through. And therefore, in that environment, you can embrace technology and partnerships, but you shouldn't get so excited by the technology you lose sight of that.
Yeah, I think just to add a couple of comments and also comment when Laszlo mentioned before. So we see ourselves as kind of a multi-rail company that operates cards, ACH infrastructure, push payments. So we are agnostic to where the transaction goes, and collaboration is actually a way to go. And we see, especially in Europe, in the age of open banking, the collaboration between the fintech, big tech, and the banks as a good thing that actually improves, at the end of the day, what we as an industry are delivering to the end consumer, either the SME, either the merchant, or the consumer of the bank. You've seen that, fintechs, a lot of times focus a lot on, consumer experience and providing an easy access and consumer experience, but actually they don't have, if you will, the scale and what the banks have, and then the partnership among themselves has been creating fantastic services for consumers out there. So I think it's a positive, and actually it's coming everywhere in the world. So we look around the world, there's 25, 30 countries working on open banking and providing opportunities and choice, and we see ourselves as one of the enablers of choice. Whereby at the end, the winner is the end user and the consumer in that space.
Thank you. Professor Rubini, you have strong views on technology and see technology as a potential driver of innovation and driver that will impact banking system. What are your views on collaboration with technology providers and the impact on future economic growth and public interest?
Well, I think there is a technology revolution in many sectors of the economy, and it's a combination of using AI, machine learning on one side, big data, and IoT. It's going to be applied to lots of things, including to financial services. So in financial services, that's called, fintech. Gradually, over time, it's going to affect payment system, credit allocation, insurance, asset management, even capital market activity. It's an ongoing process. I'll make a point that there was a previous discussion about cashless societies, and I was recently in Sweden and China where that process already occurred. I commend the Polish going in this direction. It's true that in some parts of Europe, cash is used more. I think a lot of it is large denomination used for activities that are semi-illegal. But the trend around the world is that eventually cash is going to disappear. I think that's clear. Secondly, forms of digital money, of course, have been around forever. You know, even bank deposits are effectively digital. And now, of course, in the fintech space, there is a whole bunch of new ideas about payment systems that are digital. You know, in China is Alipay and WeChat Pay. In India is UPI-based systems. In Kenya and Sub-Saharan Africa is M-Pesa. In US, you have Venmo, PayPal, Square, and you name it. And there are initiatives like the ones that are happening, you know, all over Europe as well, and so on. So I think that revolution, one, is ongoing. It's going to happen, and in payment is even faster than otherwise. I think that one of the challenges is going to be once cash has disappeared, the central bank are thinking about whether to create central bank digital currencies. I think they're going to go in that direction. They're not going to be actually based on blockchain or crypto. There's no reason why you should have a DLT technology. You can have a single centralized ledger, like right now. Banks have access to the balance sheet of the central bank. Eventually, corporates and households will have it. But then that's a big issue because, you know, if you have a central bank digital currency available to everybody, then maybe you are disintermediating both private banks and deposits. You're not needing them. That's a risk because the whole fractional reserve banking system collapses and you go to narrow banking. There's a problems of financial stability and intermediation. And of course, everything else, like also the digital payment system, might be also crowded out. So I think there are pros and cons of having a central bank digital currencies available to everybody in the economy, and whether central bank should be in that particular business. I think it's a tough thing that's going to be discussed quite vehemently. But I would say, in the case of fintech, I think that the traditional banks are going to have to adopt those fintech solutions and are doing them. It's not as if the banks are going to disappear because fintech firms are going to take over. You'll adopt them and there'll be integration. I think the bigger challenge is about big tech, because big tech is already very, very powerful, and there's a backlash against big tech because of its oligopoly power, privacy, the ways you use data, and other things. If big tech firms have access also to financial intermediation, then they have access to those data, P&L, balance sheet, then their market power might be even more extreme, and that's where maybe the issue of a real competition become a problem. And that's why I think there'll be restrictions to how much big tech firms can directly. You know, this Libra project, you know, you have everybody on Facebook can have an account that's fake. If you want to transfer money, you need proper MAL and KYC. And if you're paying for those compliance costs, you should be registered, licensed like a bank. Otherwise, you cannot do those kind of things. And I think that the public sector rightly push back against those types of ideas. So getting big tech into this space is something that's to be carefully regulated and discussed. Otherwise, you might have unintended consequences that might be negative.
So in terms of collaboration, your advice would be proceed with caution when it comes to big tech?
With big tech, you know, there's a broader question of whether you want to regulate them or not. But certainly, if they want to enter in the provision of financial services, and you know, the new gold and the new oil is data, and who controls data has power. And having a situation in which somebody has too much control over data, including financial data, and use it for their own interest, is an anti-competitive kind of behavior. That's why I think especially the entrance of big tech into this space is something that has to be very carefully taught, and regulators and supervisors and central banks are pushing back against it carefully, because lots of issues that have to be considered: competition, systemic risk, AML, KYC, a whole bunch of other things. So I think that that's going to be very constrained over time.
So with this in mind, I would like to come back now to Poland and Minister Kościński. What are the ways that Polish government supports innovation, collaboration with technology companies, both from the perspective of leveraging infrastructure and digital capabilities like trusted identity, digital identity, but also from the perspective of making, delivering public services and also easing the way of doing business?
Well, first of all, I think it's worth mentioning that even at the startup phase, we have a problem in Poland because of modern regulation on financial institutions. It's very difficult for them to give loans to startups. They're okay to give to consumers, to companies, but when it comes to startup, it's much harder. So the role of central government here is to create seed funds which help the funding of startups, and that's something we've done, I think, quite successfully in Poland. Now, when it comes to actually working together with fintech companies, I think we also have a very good track record in Poland. Our flagship government program 3 years ago of 500 plus, which is 500 zloty for every child benefit for every second and subsequent child, now been changed to every child. Well, when that was announced, we gave ourselves a target of implementing it within 3 months. Now, all those millions of people, all those millions of families who started going physically to local offices to register for the benefit, that will just totally the whole system will grind to a halt. So here, the collaboration with banks was very good, where we used the bank's capabilities of authenticating their customers through their internet offering to actually log on to the system for registering for child benefit. I think it's an excellent example. Another example recently, which has come into force, is what we call split payments and invoice payments in Poland. Because we've cracked down on VAT fraud, we've implemented a scheme where when you pay for a VAT invoice, the net amount goes to the seller, and the VAT amount goes onto a special account in the bank, which is only available for use for dispersing tax either to central government or to other companies for tax liabilities. Also, together with the banks and a national clearinghouse, we implemented an application called Steer, which basically analyzes every single payment and flags it if it looks like a risky payment that perhaps a startup on the first day is issued an invoice for 1 million zloty, and how could a startup issue that sort of invoice where the central system then flags that. We can block the account for 72 hours to check if there isn't a fraud going on. So I think collaboration in a lot of these areas is I think, very important. And going forward, I think data is the future of business for me, because 20, 30 years ago, of course, companies and banks especially, they differentiated themselves by the functionality they offered in the internet. Well, now very few companies actually write their own applications. Everybody buys them, so whoever buys whichever applications, it's very quickly everybody has the same pricing as well, very similar pricing. So the differentiating factor going forward is going to be the customer experience. And for customer experience, you'd have to have data. You have to have appropriate data. So again, in Poland, we're currently working together. There's a very good pilot scheme going on. We have fiscal registers. When you go to buy something in a shop, you have a fiscal register and a fiscal receipt. At the moment, it's paper. We're in pilot mode, where when you make the payment, that fiscal receipt actually goes onto your bank account, and so you have all your receipts there. Now, that's going to be a tremendous source of data going forward. Also, we plan to implement next year or so e-invoicing, so that every invoice will also have its digital footprint, and so the data available for everybody, appropriately packaged, of course. You'll be able to see. From my point of view, I'll have inflation online. I know exactly which product is the price is going up or down. Producers will be able to see how their loyalty schemes are working. Banks can see with their customers. At the moment, they see how much their customer earns, how much their customer spent in a certain shop, but have no idea really what they buy, what's in their basket. With the right management, we'll be able to see what the customer's lifestyle is and appropriately give the right offer. So I think a lot of innovation going on there in Poland, and very, very interesting innovation.
So what you described, very strong digitalization across different aspects of financial system, government, and support for innovation. Of course, this will have a tremendous impact on ability of Poland to become the technology hub, to drive further innovation, to become more competitive from the perspective of its financial sector and banking, which is an interesting topic in the broader European or global context. where banking industry is challenged, is suffering. Of course, we have calls for consolidation in different countries, in different markets. We have calls for collaboration. We have fragmented banking systems in many of the European countries. How does this all fit together, and to what extent consolidation versus collaboration kind of cancel its own effects? And that question I'll direct to Professor Rubini. What guidance would you give us in terms of role of Polish banking system in the broader European economy, and really first understanding what is really happening in banking in Europe? What's the way forward, given that fragmentation and potential call for consolidation?
Yeah, I'll start to Europe and then maybe zoom in about the Polish banks. I mean, I think there is a consensus right now that while capital ratios like Tier 1 for European banks have gone higher over time, around 14% right now, say for the Eurozone banks. Poland is not part of the Eurozone. That's positive, but return on equity has been quite low throughout Europe and the Eurozone, in many cases below the cost of capital. And if you compare those return on equity to the one, say, of US banks or even European Nordic banks, is much lower. Or the other measure that is important is that, you know, price to book value ratio also below 1, the signal that, you know, you're not even covering the cost of equity and so on. So those are the facts, comparing it with the international or even the Nordic ones. Why that's happening? I would say there are lots of different reasons. You know, the European banks, that ratio between cost to income or cost to asset is very high. You've had the baggage of having low returns on non-performing loans, the legacy of the past, and then you have a massive amount of overcapacity. So too many banks, too small, not enough economy of scale. I think, you know, the solutions that you have to think about the future are several. One, you have to cut cost. Maybe you have to move away from too many branches that are highly costly, not efficient. I think that anything that has to do with digitalization has a huge benefits, and internet-based banking and so on, again, reduces the cost of brick and mortar. That's one thing. The other thing you have to do is, of course, finding new sources of revenue that are based on fee, commission kind of activities, diversifying for those banks who have it. And then the big elephant in the room is the question of, you know, consolidation, because there are way too many banks. You know, in the United States, yeah, they have hundreds of community banks, but, you know, the top 5, whether it's, you know, Bank of America, Citi, Wells Fargo, Chase, and so on, have a very large fraction of the banking system. While in Europe, you have dozens of banks at the national level and then throughout Europe. And there hasn't been enough consolidation. Now, the consolidation, M&A can occur, in my view, either at the national level, and is occurring gradually. And that's one way of having more economies of scale. Whenever you have too many smaller banks at the national level, that opens questions of, I would say, competition, if you're having too much, I have to say, concentration of that. And then the other option that is complementary to the first one is having cross-border kind of M&A activity, having really truly European banks that can compete also with international banks and so on. The amount of cross-border is still limited. There are, you know, lots of issues. It's delicate politically. There are regulatory and supervisory constraints. There are differences in taxation, in insolvency laws. You have to complete the banking union, the capital market union. You want eventually to have a common deposit insurance schemes in Europe and so on. But I think that we have to move in a direction that, you know, either European banks are going to become bigger, both nationally and also throughout Europe, and be able to compete and be efficient with global banks that are either Asians or Americans and so on, or otherwise, you know, the efficiency, profitability, and the provision of financial services of European banks is going to be one of the constraints to the low economic growth, you know, within Europe. Now, I'm not an expert of Polish banks. Many of them actually are doing quite well in terms of profitability. There has been a process of at least domestic consolidation. Some of them may also have kind of European-wide ambitions, and maybe that's also the direction of going. But I would say those are the constraints you have to think about European banking.
Okay, thank you. So we have talked about different examples of collaboration, credit subsidies, payments, impact of technology, innovation. As we are coming to an end of our discussion on the panel, I would like to ask each one of you for the last statement on collaboration, on the value, importance, benefits to Polish economy, to the broader banking system, to your businesses. Just one quick statement, if I may, on the importance of collaboration as we close the panel. May I start?
So I think that we've talked a lot about money, and I think in the end, in a digital world, the future of money is, in a sense, the future of payments is the future of banking. Those things are more inextricably linked than they've ever been. No one of us can answer all the consumer and business needs that there are, and therefore collaboration is going to be a very important element of what we all do. And Europe has got some great examples that we can build off, as has Poland.
Okay, in the space of government subsidies, I believe that the government to financial sector collaboration is a great tool to reduce financial exclusion, and allows providing credit and allows providing the provision of financial services to a wider range of clients. And given where the society is going, being provided basic financial services slowly becomes almost a human right.
Collaboration, we have no choice. I think not only natural partners have to collaborate, like administration and business, but also business, even with its natural competitors, has to collaborate. The cost of assets, the cost of digital services is going to be prohibitive, not to for companies who aren't going to collaborate. So I think it's a no-brainer. You have to collaborate.
I think banking, financial services in more general terms is an industry which can hugely benefit from collaboration, and there's so much value to be created, and benefits can be made for customers, for society, investors. So clearly, I think in this sector particularly, there's a lot of opportunities, and we have seen that many examples today.
Yeah, I think all have been said, but in the world that we live today, I kind of like the word co-opetition, which at the end of the day, nobody can do it alone. So the more we cooperate, the better competitive markets we have and provide better services. And so there's no other way to go. It's really cooperate.
Well, I'll conclude by saying, we're in a world in which, of course, technology is going to disrupt everything in the next few years, but growth depends very much on innovation, knowledge, R&D, and adopting new technologies. And I think that Europe has low potential growth for lots of structural reasons, but one of them might have to do with the fact that the provision of financial service and banking is not up to what it should be. And I think that if we want to think about Europe not falling behind, especially also in innovation and technology relative to, say, China, US, and other parts of the world, having a more competitive, more efficient, more productive financial system, banking system is going to be critical. And therefore, you need to have actually government policy at the European level that then induce the kind of changes at the national level that imply higher productivity and a better provision of financial services.
So thank you for the closing comments. Thank you for sharing great insights and examples. I would like to thank our host, Bank PKO, for the panel. Thank you. And also, please join me, this is a call to the audience, join me in thanking our panelists, and thank you for your participation.
Teraz? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For all those who'd like to participate in the next event, which is devoted to unicorns, please come to us as our panelists and our moderator are coming to us as well.
Tak jest. That's mine, but the rest is first come, first served, yes.
Okay. It's not that.
Yeah, careful. We still have a little bit of a room in front, so if you want to make your way. We have cookies. We don't have cookies, but still, if you wanna take part in the panel, please come to the front. So we're gonna kick off a little bit early. One of our panelists needs to run to the train station kind of 10 minutes before 4. So we're gonna kick it off a little bit early. I want to start with some short introductions for all our panelists. And because it's a big panel, we barely were able to fit it on the stage. I want them to also give us a little bit of a background. Why do they think they have a voice, and what's their perspective on our topic? And I'd like them to talk about a little bit why are they the right person to be on a panel about unicorns in Central Eastern Europe. So let's maybe go this way.
Hello, everyone. My name is Varga Moyed. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer of UiPath. For those of you who do not know UiPath, we are a Romanian-born company, now the global leader of a new market called RPA, which stands for Robotic Process Automation. In 3 years, we built UiPath from a Romanian company to the global leader of this industry with a $7 billion market cap. And we closed the year almost 500 million in sales and present in 30 countries. So I guess we are always willing to share how can an Eastern European become a global leader. And I guess that's the reason I'm here, I guess.
Hi, my name is Paul Bragiel. I run 6 funds globally, investing in seed and Series A technology companies. I'm especially focused on emerging markets. Been lucky to be invested in some pretty large companies you guys might know. Been involved in Uber and Stripe and Niantic, maker of Pokemon Go at the seed or Series A level. And yeah, I most recently launched a fund in Poland focusing on Central Eastern Europe. I believe it's a really strong and fast-growing market, amazing engineering talent, and I want to plug into that.
Hi guys, I'm Peter Rykowski, CEO of Exponia. That is a global leading customer data platform for online retail. We've grown from nothing to over 20 million in recurring revenue in less than 4.5 years, and the recent valuation has been over 300 million. And we've expanded across the CEE markets, and I have the experience also from before because I was running Slevomat Group, which had presence in 6 CEE countries, and they were all quite different. And now we're leveraging still this know-how.
Hi, my name is Roman Pawec. I'm CEO of Life Operations of PZU Group. But here I'm in the role of a client of many startup companies. Some of them are even present here in the panel. And I'm also leading our initiative of investment into venture capital.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maciej Marszałek, and I am a partner at The Heart. I run a specific arm of The Heart, which is called The Heart Ventures. We build startups for our corporate clients, and hopefully one day there will be one of them who will become a unicorn. And that's our perspective on the panel.
My name is Maciej Zurzałek. I'm chairman of 10 Square Games, which is Warsaw-listed free-to-play gaming company. The company listed 20 months ago at a valuation of 100 million euros, nearly 100 million euros. It's now valued at about $500 million. It's been a good story of gaming industry in Poland and development. That's one of my roles, but actually in my everyday life, I'm leading Bridgepoint team, which is private equity fund. I've been investing in the region for the last 15 years and have seen many businesses on the way.
Hello everyone, I'm Grzegorz Zwoliński. 10 years ago I started company which right now have 500 million users all around the world. This is a mobile game company. Like 4 years ago I am co-founder of Sat Revolution and CEO of this company. We are building satellites, and in this year we will launch 5 to the low Earth orbit.
All right, thank you so much. So my main goal for this panel is that we don't do those rounds for every single question. So the way I want to think about it is like, what can we do? So we're talking about the unicorns, but I think it's more about how can we create the ecosystem and how can we create the kind of breeding grounds for those unicorns. And if they happen, that's great. But I think we can also be happy with companies who are worth €500 million. And I think there's a lot of things we can cover, but I want to focus on 3 areas, and there's one bonus area if we have time. But the first one is really about the people. So I think what I want to talk about, and I think there's specifically 3 or 4 people who would have a good perspective on this here, is how does it happen that we have folks who are ambitious enough, who have the skills, and do they have obviously a lot of luck to create those large companies from zero, and what can we do to have more of those folks? Is there a rule? Can we recognize them? And I think we maybe start with Maciek, who is now second time on the board with a company that founders started, got to, I would say, maybe Polish unicorn, so like $250 million twice. So how do you describe another Maciek who's one of those founders? And is there a pattern? How do you look for those people? And then I guess Paul, this is pretty much your day job, I would say. So maybe you can also share something.
Yeah, I think maybe I go a little bit into history of the region, and I think I see some faces here of successful entrepreneurs, and I think one observation after being here for 20 years trying to do business investing, I think the change of the system has created, and when we liberated ourselves, I think that has just led people to unlock their entrepreneurial skills. And I think that sits somewhere in the DNA of a transformation. It starts with my generation and previous generations, but I think it cascaded down into the regional characteristics. So I've been I've been trying to invest or investing in Central Eastern Europe for 15 years, and I've seen a lot of people who are just trying very, very hard. They do remember how it looked before. So that's the history, and it starts with this spark. I think I've tried to look for data to prove it to my colleagues from global perspective, and once I found the data, I don't remember it. But I will kick off on that note. I think there is a special predestination in this part of the region that goes back to history. Paul, you coming from different angle.
I mean, for me, what's exciting is, so I'll tell you my history with working in Poland. So I actually had a game studio in Poland in the late 90s. And a lot of people know that actually we built games for like Game Boy and PlayStation, Nintendo, stuff like this. But no one knew because people perceived us as an American company because I was based in the United States, even though we had a big Polish team. And I'd say for the last like from like 90s to I say to like mid 2010s, a lot of people were just happy doing that. They're like, hey, I'm working for the Googles, or I'm working for an American company, and I'm gonna make awesome stuff, like world quality. I mean, like these guys are as good, if not better than anybody in the world, but they didn't have the confidence necessarily to go out there and say, hey, we're gonna build a global company. I'd say in the last 5-6 years, that's really changed. Like I see a lot of these young entrepreneurs and they're like, hey, my colleague who works at Google in America, he's starting a company. It's becoming, $500 million, $1 billion company. Or my friend was, employee number 1 at XYZ company. And so you're seeing more and more of these guys and girls and saying, hey, I should do that, right? So one way the entrepreneurs starting to kind of realize this is an opportunity. And 2, I'd say also in the last 5 years, there's been more money coming into the country. So, or even people who made money inside the country are now putting money into the companies. What makes Silicon Valley so awesome is that we invest in each other. So when I was a, stupid 21-year-old kid, some guy's like, hey, here's $50,000 and here's $100K. And I was able to put together a couple $100,000 and start a company. In Poland, that really wasn't the case, or was an extreme edge case that happened. But now I'm seeing amazing people, like a lot of people on this panel, putting their own money or their friends' money. And once you start putting money alongside these young people who are becoming brave enough to start companies, that's when things really happen. And that's happening now. And that's what makes me excited. And that's why I started a fund there. And I'm putting my money where my mouth is.
So this will be a great segue to our second point, which I want to talk about funding. But I want to just go back a little bit because you didn't really answer the question.
Okay, sorry.
The question is, so we have, in the region, somebody maybe have the numbers. There's a good number of million people in the region, right? Yeah. And obviously not all of them are capable, or they don't want to, or they don't have the skills to become the founder of a company who could potentially become a global, unicorn. Is how do we find those folks? Like then we, sure we have to fund them, but like what's the first step? Is this all around the transformation where we started, thinking this way, or there's more that we can do, or is it also different in other countries because we've covered Poland a little bit more?
I could talk to this pretty well. So I've actually advised a bunch of governments on how to kind of create ecosystems, and so no, like there's equally smart people everywhere in the world. The biggest problem is actually making it an option, right? So it's not about finding the people, they'll find themselves, right? But you have to say, hey, being an entrepreneur is cool. It's a legit life path, right? I know my parents were pissed as hell, right? Good Polish parents saying, what the hell are you doing starting a company? You're dumb. You should go work at some big company. So I did for 6 months and I said, fuck off. And I started a company, right? But like, we need to promote these amazing all-stars, right? We need to know that this is a path. Hey, this guy built a huge company, 500 million, 300 million, whatever the price is. He's got $7 billion. This is actually a huge opportunity for you, and you could do way more for yourself and for your country or your region by going this way. So I think it's more about promoting, and it's, so good press. I think the government has to talk about this too. So this is all the way from the top, right? So every president of every country to say, this is a cool thing, and this is how we make ourselves bigger. So you have to do that. And then also like the community, like everyone has to kind of cheer these people on instead of like, I know there's, a lot of like jealousy and hating on people. Fuck that shit. No, you got to support those guys, and then everyone's going to do well.
Maciek, you did this transition, right? You spent a lot of time in corporate environments, and now, I don't know if you can call the Heart a startup, but it's definitely not a corporation, is it?
No, it's not a corporation, but I also have a take on what you guys were mentioning, because I feel terrible if you think that, a good entrepreneur that will build a unicorn has to be a young guy who's starting a career with a company. It's the best moment to start, by the way, because you risk nothing or you risk little. The older you become, the more you risk. It takes a lot of courage to leave a good corporate job and start a company. But that's also, a lot of people do this at the age when they become a little bit of secure after a while, so the mid-40s. And that's what I did. I left the corporate world and to set up a business at the Heart. And so I hope there is hope for people who are 40 and 50 and so on. So it's don't say it's just the young guys.
That's a very good point.
So that's one. That's one. And by the way, in some environments, like right now in Poland, you will see that there are a lot of mergers and acquisitions. There are banks being sold and bought. That means that there are more board members than board positions. And that creates a lot of interesting entrepreneurial spirits hanging around the market. And we work with such people as well. Because if you work for a corporation for a very long time, for 20, 30 years, there's always a couple of ideas in your pocket that you cannot realize when you work there because of different reasons. So we work with such people as well. So to your question, at the Heart, we work different. We not so much focused on creating or building unicorns, I always say we rather create a farm of rabbits, and maybe some of them will become later on unicorns. And the way we do it, we work with corporations, because if you look at young entrepreneurs, they collect money from the market, from individual investors or from VCs. Corporations have abilities to scale things faster, and that's what we do. And the talent we're looking for is usually somewhere in between the two words. And very often, a good leader doesn't have to be this young entrepreneur. A good leader will be a hungry person coming from the corporate world, really tired with being squeezed in this corporate environment. And these people make really good CEOs.
You're great panelists because you give me amazing segues. I wanted to talk about this kind of area. Varga, you've moved from large corporates to a large start. Can you call it a scale? Do you call it a scale-up startup? So you joined 12 years into building a startup. Would you say this is also one of the ways that you can kind of encourage entrepreneurship by actually joining the founders who took all the risks, most of the risks, and just helping them take it to the next level?
Sure. I mean, first of all, I zigzagged. When I was young, I founded a company, went to McKinsey, so I've constantly I'm schizophrenic. Yes, I think one of the reasons why tech startups can scale today more so than, at least outside of the Silicon Valley, than 10 years ago is that when you are a successful startup, it means that you have proven that somebody is buying your stuff and you have some revenue. It is much more acceptable for people with experience from corporate to actually join you because they see so many examples of people having been successful. For instance, at UiPath, our chief marketing officer comes from Hewlett-Packard. Our CFO comes from GE. So these are the caliber of people that a Romanian startup can attract today that I don't think was the case, I'm just going to say 10 years ago. Because the environment has changed, there are examples of success. Failure is no longer such a social stigma as it was before. And if it doesn't work, people go back to corporate. I think between startups or innovation and corporate, the doors are much more open than they used to be. People do hire now in big corporation people from startup because they want a bit of spirit of innovation. So, which is, I think, beneficial for both sides of the party.
Okay. Peter, I feel like you wanted to say something before I can cut you off.
So just building on that, I would just say that I see in a startup you have three main phases. The initial startup phase is when you search for the product market fit, then when you start scaling, and then when you already have the scale. And they are all very different. And for example, myself, I'm not great at the first stage. It's extremely painful because I have lots of ideas, and then when you look around the room and there's no one, you have to do it, right? And then you spend the night, and then it's crap idea, then you're pissed about yourself. But I'm very good at the middle part, and I've done, I've also been at McKinsey. 2.5 years, I always say that half a year too long. 2 years would be actually enough. And so I can do the last two stages, and that's where I'm strong. And as you mentioned, so for example, what we were able to hire an ex-CEO of Raiffeisen Bank, who is now running our financial institutions piece. And this is exactly something that was not possible. And for him, money-wise, he's worse off, but he sees it as an amazing opportunity for himself to learn stuff. And there's a carrot, if it really becomes big, then he can be actually better off. But still, it's a trade-off. So, it gives you a lot. And then last point that I had was, when you look at Silicon Valley, it was actually built on two big waves. The first one was the traitorous eight, the people that started the Silicon Valley, the chips, and the Intel actually established the culture. And then you had the PayPal mafia. So from PayPal,
the guys that left PayPal have already built $9 billion companies, and then people from those companies have built at least $10 billion companies already. And we were looking into this effect a lot. And one of the things that that Joe Lonsdale, who is one of the PayPal Mafia guys, said is he said like it's just about two things: extremely talented people concentrated in one room, and then loyalty to each other. They're still helping each other. And we're trying to foster that in Exponia, and I believe that, you know, through seeing the success and being extremely transparent, other people would be able to build that. And I see, you know, for example, UiPath, there will definitely be other people, you know, from that would be motivated by that success and inspired, that would be able to do other stuff.
This panel just keep on giving, because I wanted to also kind of touch on the serial entrepreneurship kind of a concept. And Grzegorz, you've already told us you founded 2 companies who are on the stock exchange, and now you're on a third one in a completely different space. Can you tell us more about why would you go back to starting from zero? Like for me personally, when I think about going back to the times when I was the guy who was like had all the ideas, but then, you know, I had to all deliver them also. I'm not super excited.
From my perspective, from my history, I started with my first company when I was 18 years old. I really enjoying starting the companies. This first phase is for me, it's like a really enjoyable part. I really like to look what people will enjoy, what I can sell in the future, and the second part, of scaling, is also really good place to exercise my skills. So I decided to move from my previous company to the next one when my company was worth something about $70 million, and I decided to go to hardware. You know, I enjoying games. I really like to play. I play a lot, but you know, space and I think that human race should go in the space, so we should colonize it. I watch a lot of great movies. I played a lot of really nice games, and I want to do this. I want to change the world and make movement in the history.
Okay, so when you guys talk about this, I feel like we Paul, you said we have the people are there. We need to give them space to do that. They need to be obviously passionate about what they want to do. So I think we have a little bit of a common understanding here. And I want to do like a quick segue into funding, and then Roman, if you could.
I think there is one additional point that you need, like
Go ahead.
I think you need people, you need passion, and so on. But you also need the market, no? And I think that's one of the reasons why some startups succeed, others don't. It's like, and I would just add to this element that a lot of the startups that we see and that we work with, some are great in the technology, but they don't really address the need. And I agree with everything that's been said. It's like, there needs a success brings success, and so on. But I think, like, for startups, it's also important to understand who is their client, what business need they address, and, like, how they're going to make money at the end.
I mean, sounds like kind of business one-on-one. So is that what we're trying to say? Is that for the ecosystem to thrive, we need to find a way to educate folks in some way also on those ideas? Is this something that comes from experience? Is this something that...
Well, I think it comes from... I think at the end of the day, there needs to be people who will start buying their products. No? And I think that's the role of the large corporations as well. Of course, like, the retail market is there, but the large corporations, the government and so on, they have a big role in creating the initial stage of the growth and pretty much providing the initial contracts to those startups.
So I wanted to again make a segue into funding, but before I want to talk about the best way to fund yourself is obviously for clients, right? So how do you find those first clients? And is one of the issues that we have here in the region is that, and I think this is some of it's a Polish perspective where you think about, it's a big enough market, so maybe we can focus on this market, and then there's other countries where you already know that this market is not enough, so you have to go outside. But is there do we have a disadvantage because we are not able to sell on the local market at a scale that will allow us to become a unicorn? I guess that's a long question. Is like how can we overcome this disadvantage that if you're based in Silicon Valley and you focus on your local market, it's a huge market, and you don't really have to go out to become a unicorn. You have a lot of different examples. I think it's impossible in every single country in Central Eastern Europe to be able to do that. And we have a volunteer.
Yeah, we turn this perceived disadvantage into an advantage. For us, any market outside of Romania was going to be bigger. So from day one, we literally went everywhere. And we went with everywhere with true humility. And that's a point I want to emphasize. We're extremely successful in Japan. That's unheard of for a startup to be successful in Japan. When our American VCs look at us, usually they start 80% of their sales in the US and then eventually a little bit to Europe, and Japan is kind of the last. And the reason is because we came to Japan, us being Romanian, and said, we know nothing. We have a technology. We were lucky to hire a very talented Japanese manager who says, you tell us how to do. And you don't, it's amazing. They're still telling us, he said, we had never seen a tech company coming with such humility. We're used to I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a jibe. We're used to having the Americans coming to us and telling us how it's going to be in Japan. And so we went everywhere with this same, not fake humility really because, hey, we had nothing at home, right? So, and we wanted to conquer the world. So I think you can, as always in life, you can turn your disadvantage, if you have the right mindset, into actually a strength. So
this is amazing. Like, Paul, do you see as well?
I agree with the disadvantage. I mean, you look at some of the best ecosystems in the world, they're small countries. Singapore are doing amazing, right? Estonia, Finland, Sweden doing amazing, right? Yeah. It's like they have to go outside from day one. So yeah, you're small local market. So yeah, Poland sometimes isn't a trap, right? 38 million people. You could build a huge company there, but yeah, it kind of hits a wall sometimes, right? And so I think it goes back to educating people. Hey, maybe going outside is a good option, and having the confidence, and having kind of idols to look up to, right? But yeah, I agree. So
I just add that the important thing is also to understand that the local markets can be, it's much easier to get the first customers, but you need to be very careful what field you go into, because there are certain companies that are extremely innovative globally, and then there are others that are not. And if you build something on a company that is not innovative globally, then you go elsewhere and you get a slap, right? And that's it. But when you look at it, for example, e-commerce, Czech Republic is the most competitive market in the world. Poland is the second biggest, most competitive market. You don't have any global company truly successful in those markets. And now, if you start working with those companies, what they do is really amazing. That's why the global competitors cannot really compete. And so, if you start and develop something for them, then it's relevant in the US, in the UK, and elsewhere. You have the same thing in other areas. So, for example, many CEE banks are actually got awards for being the best. So there's a bank from Slovakia that had the best mobile application. We discussed OTP. So there's quite a lot of things that are happening in this field. And if you choose well, then it is easier to get there. And create something, but you have to be also very careful.
Can I just quickly, before we go further, because we had this quick conversation before the panel, and you said something that was very interesting to me. I don't want to. You gave me an example, and I don't want to say which company it was, but you said about a company who had that priced itself from the local market by being very, very cheap, and then failed to go outside. And you kind of your judgment for this was like this is something that kind of killed or potentially going to kill them in the future. Can you expand on this, because I think it was a very interesting point of view.
It goes to the point that Paul just mentioned, that basically they fell into the trap of saying, okay, Poland is big enough, let's be successful here, and they were extremely aggressive on pricing. And because of that, their margin wasn't big enough. And in SaaS business, you cannot survive. You know, they say that below 10 million, the business cannot be sustainable. You know, it just doesn't work. And so you have to scale really fast above 10 million, and then you can already build relatively easily a profitable company and sustain it long term, or you can decide to grow. But in between, you have to grow or you die. Now, they focused on the local market. They became very dominant, but they were very aggressive with pricing, and the market wasn't big enough to support. I don't think they even have like 3 million. And so with that, you know, because they don't have success elsewhere, investors look at them and say, oh, how do we know that you will be successful elsewhere? Maybe it's just your context, whatever. And so they really struggle. So that's the trap that Paul mentioned.
I think it's a super interesting point. Maciek, you were eager to chip in.
I wanted, because we're segueing and zigzagging a little bit. So I want
there's no structure. I lost completely because everybody's going in different directions. Sorry, too many people.
I want to go back to what Varga said on the talent pool. I think my thinking about, you know, having seen quite a few successful people building businesses, I think one of the challenges is, you know, you need to decide what you do at a certain moment. When is your time to go or move away and build a team that will run it for you, or you move up and then create space for people to actually help you to run it. So these are the two elements. One of the barriers that I've seen in businesses that are trying to scale up and working internationally, I think bringing talent to Warsaw or Bucharest is actually not as easy as it sounds when you said it. Maybe if you have a true unicorn in the making and it's 100% certain, you can. But I've seen. Sorry?
They are not in Bucharest.
Yes. Well, sorry. In Romania. Yeah. I'm sorry. Then, yeah. Yes. But the point here is it's not easy to bring the talent over to Central Eastern Europe. I think that's one of the barriers we'll have to have people who can help to take these businesses to the next level. So that's one barrier. Thinking about building a unicorn here. And the second one, I think there is a little bit of an issue with funding. So I've been watching the market, early stage, that was a desert in Poland for 15 years. You could only go and beg entrepreneurs to give you 100,000 euros. I'm very happy to see, you know, VC developing so rapidly over the last few years. So that's a great thing. But at the same time, I see some people who have great businesses, and it's very hard to fundraise from Poland if you want 20 million euros or 40 million euros or 50. If you get to the point where you want to scale up, that's a big challenge coming out of this region, and that gap hasn't been bridged yet. So I think we have a very young VC industry that can do 1 million to 3 million euros, but then I think there is a gap, and there's quite a few businesses that I see in the making that may not get there unless they find money elsewhere.
Maybe just on this element of funding. I think funding is critical, and I think you need also the right quality of funders that will support the entrepreneurs in the development phase. They need to understand these phases. I think what is happening right now, and I'm actually very happy about it, that a lot of the VCs with established teams who understand exactly the cycles from many years of doing this are starting investing in Poland, and we actually supported several of those, just to mention, NEA, Koszla, and so on. They started entering Poland on specific investments that we also helped them source. And I think this will be one of the ways to develop the market. It's not enough to have VC pool local on the market. I would disagree that this is the only prerequisite. You also need to have skills of investors who understand how to build these companies.
I'll just add to it. Our experience was that when we were below 1 million, nobody wanted to talk to us, from the global players. So we only had to talk locally, and you can relatively easily raise up to, I would say, probably 2 million, maybe 3. So that's something that's possible, that was possible in the region. Then there was a gap. And bridging that gap wasn't easy because you don't have the money to create a big runway, so you cannot be really bullish. So we were quite lucky, with our investors. So we were able to go really full in because we knew that there will be another round. So we didn't have to create the buffer, but it was still quite tough. Then when you get above 5, people start to care, and then when you were above 10, everyone bombards you. It's constant. I sometimes get from one VC, they will send me 4 cold mails in 1 week. it's really like crazy. And like before, they wouldn't even respond to our emails, right? And so the same guys, yes. And it's really like, and one of the things that I would want to thank UiPath for, because currently, for us, it's extremely easy to talk to anyone. I can just send them an email. I just put in 3 numbers, and they immediately respond because they sense there might be another UiPath, right? And so
it's an example, right?
So it's an extremely important example, because all the top investors that we talk with, they know them. And it helped a lot. So it opened the back end of the market tremendously. And now there are quite a lot of funds that were also successful, but also like UiPath. So for example, Credo, they returned more than 3x their entire fund from the UiPath investment. And because of that, now it's easy for them to get money. Then there are other funds that manage to secure funding. So I believe that the funding gap is closing significantly exactly because of these successes. So thanks a lot.
Paul, do you want to add?
Yeah, I'll just chip in a little bit. I mean, yeah, it's about education, and it's about promoting the region, right? Like, I was just in Sweden before I came here. Every single Swedish VC I had lunch or dinner with is like, Paul, can you open up Poland for me? Could you just connect me to people, right? And that's all of our job, right? We have to go out and kind of wave our respective flags or whatever it is and say, come in. We have to be amazing hosts, right? We have to say, come in. We're going to show you a good time. We're going to show you all the cool companies. And then they're gonna come, right? And
should we have like a Polish house, like in Davos, for example? Like,
yeah,
would this be helpful?
That's a pretty good idea. I don't know who thought of that one, right? But yeah, exactly. But yeah, this is only 2 years old, right? Yeah. A couple years ago, this was not happening, right? And so more and more initiatives like this is awesome, right? And I just want to see.
And that's the moment for me to do a bit of propaganda.
That's for everybody. Like,
we created at UiPath last year. We created the Automation Awards for the CE region, to help startups specifically in the automation, to give them the visibility, money, as well as access to our clients. So we're going to do the award this year again. Stay tuned.
Maciek, you also are in this space of kind of ecosystem building. It's for also kind of in some way connecting startups and corporates. Is this something that you think it's important to also kind of help not only your clients who are, as I understand, are corporates, but also those startups and the ecosystem as a whole?
Yes, and there are many takes on that view. I wanted to start from what we discussed before on funding and scaling, and maybe something that is maybe a little bit less sexy, which is actually you don't have to scale. Actually, Victor, we had a year ago, I don't know if you remember, a discussion about moving beyond Poland and do it as fast as you can. Don't wait. And I said no. Maybe that was more because my previous job was flying a lot. I worked on 33 different markets, and I really was fed up, and I wanted to stay in Warsaw for a while. And but today I really believe that there is a good moment to go out, but there is a lot of space to grow just in Poland. For example, in Poland, country that is big enough, and PZU is a good example, and that's our model. That's how we work. It's very specific. It's a B2B2C model. So we're thinking about a specific product that we believe is good for end client consumers. And we go to big corporations who have access to them, so we can scale this product through these companies. And if you look at PZU, I might be wrong, but I think it's 18 million clients right now. So imagine a market maybe of 18 million or 20, I don't know, but a lot of millions of clients in one place. So one good contract can secure a really good growth of one just company. And that's what we really do. We're trying either to build a company that can do that, or we're trying to look for a company that has a really good product that can fit PZU or any other big player on the market. And we believe that that is the way to do it. And once you grow to the point where you are secure on your own market, and Polish market is big enough to guarantee this secure feeling, maybe not in all businesses, but in many, and then you have a good base to go out.
So Roman, before you answer it, because I think that you were talking about the trap in kind of SaaS and just kind of scaling this kind of, but like, there's a lot of people who talk about traps when trying to partner up with large corporates. Like you become dependent, the process can be long, and it can fall out, in any given moment, and this can kill small organizations. Can you, like, when you talk about this, can you also say, like, how do
maybe
you avoid
just
this?
a comment on like, whether staying in Poland and just focusing on one market makes sense. I think if you look at technology, this would be like missing opportunities, because the incremental cost of technology, like, you know, is very low. So once you enter the market, and if we talk about technologies and building unicorns in technology, then I think being global makes total sense. I would not even focus on the region, but it's like, you know, on key large markets. But is working with large corporates tough? Yes, it is. It's I think for various reasons. One reason is, like, you know, the corporates very rarely understand how startups operate, and sometimes they can create procedures that kills a startup, like, you know, in the process of developing the first contract. We've got this experience, like, you know, internally, so it changed completely the way we operate with startups. They don't go through the lengthy procurement procedures. It's like, you know, we do it very quick. We also allow some more space for mistake and testing and so on, and it's like, you know, we also provide liquidity to startups. So it's like, you know, they know exactly how much they're going to make if they enter into the agreement. But it's like, you know, once the product is tested, I believe that you know, the startups should get prepared to work as a regular provider to such companies. And actually, it's like, you know, just a comment on the UiPath, because we were one of the first, I think, insurance clients at some point, and we loved the experience. It's like, you know, the company had absolutely tremendous product, and I think you still do. And you know, the way you were prepared to work was, I think that's how you establish good relationship. They had exactly thought through the process of working with us before they started the contract.
So I'll just add to it two parts. So most corporates are not distinguishing a startup and Salesforce or whoever. You have to tick all the boxes. And for startups, you have to time it right. You have to first start with companies that don't have all these requirements, because they will kill you. And just fulfilling the requirements, you don't have no product, right? And so finding the right type of customer could be quite difficult at the beginning, but there are also two other traps in there. So, and we were lucky because we had some really good advisors who warned us about that, and it enabled us to sail through. But there are two other traps. So quite often you would see companies that would be willing to test your product under the condition that you allow them to invest. And then you have an investor on your term sheet that doesn't, so in your cap table, that doesn't really understand the stuff. So every next investment is more difficult. And my last boss before I became an entrepreneur used to say, you can fix everything but shareholding. And so this is extremely difficult. And then there's one other thing which I saw a few startups really fail because of this thing. That is, when you score a really big contract, the contract can suck all the resources from the company to tailor it for them. And then you basically don't have any resources to put to developing the product further for other customers and other market. So again, it's extremely important. Sometimes it might seem like a huge win, and you say, okay, a company doubled in size in one contract. But when I saw it as an investor, I was like, no, guys, you shouldn't sign this. Like, it will kill you. And so this is exactly important, like, to think about, what does it bring and what does it take.
Okay, so I think we are slowly moving, and I feel like it wasn't very structured, but we covered people, we covered funding, we covered scaling. So I have a bonus topic that we touched, I think, very, very briefly on. But we're here in Davos. It's it's all head of states. We had the president, I think, this morning and yesterday evening, of president of Poland, and obviously everybody else is here. What's the government's role in setting it up, in helping, in being maybe not causing any trouble? Like, what's your take? And I think this is something that everybody has a strong opinion on. So I think this is going to be interesting. On the government's role in building an ecosystem that can help breed unicorns. That's the question that's open to everybody to. everybody
So
wants.
I'll have to go relatively soon, so
Right.
apologies for that. So, but my opinion is that it shouldn't interfere, and like most of the stuff that governments do has, it has so many consequences that they don't intend. So, for example, one good idea is usually to build a VC fund, funded by the government. And then you look at it and say, okay, how many talented sales guys do you have in Czech Republic for software as a service? I know one, right? Maybe there are 5. So if you fund companies that shouldn't have been funded because it's not great, you basically suck that resource, and then a company that has a good product cannot get that person, right? And so, these kinds of things are really, really difficult, and then you have corruption in those kinds of funds, and you start seeing, and then you have the guys that completely screw up the image of entrepreneurship because they rent a Porsche and run around, and so like you have to be very careful with what the governments can do. From my perspective, like the less intervention, the better, but that's my perspective.
Okay.
Well, I think it's a pretty complex issue. I would comment maybe just on 2. One is the regulation, and I think in some sectors it's extremely important to have a different view on companies that just start. For example, financial services, very heavily regulated. A lot of the both international and local requirements. Pretty much set at the same level for companies that just enters the market and company that operates on the market. So I think having a little bit less rigid approach in the requirements for the first initial product rounds is critical there to simply start. The second aspect, which I think is pretty important, is the government or the government agencies can be a potential market for startups. If you look at Silicon Valley example, I think a lot of the companies operating there started as service providers for military. I think a lot of data analytics and so on goes and is funded through some military or other state departments budgets, and they are key first clients of such companies. And maybe the third one is the government in some aspects can also build initial talent pool, bring good engineers. For example, military is a great sector. I looked in Israel several times, and a lot of the engineers that are building their companies started their careers in army, developing military technologies, and then they commercialized.
A lot is an understatement. It's probably all.
I think the government actually has a pretty important role, and people forget Silicon Valley was started because we put a lot of money into military and into research in the Bay Area, right? Also, look at the internet. That's DARPA. That's a government function, right? Your industry, space. It was NASA, but then also, who's Elon Musk's biggest client? The United States government, right? So the government can play a really big part in starting an ecosystem, right? All the best markets, Singapore, Israel, United States, the Nordics, they get a lot of money from the government initially. The key thing is they should put money in and then get the hell out of the way eventually, hopefully as fast as possible. They should make themselves redundant. It's like, hey, I don't need you. That's the real goal of the government. So yeah, I think the government can play a huge role, especially like funds and putting money into VCs. I mean, they could be the most potentially patient capital out there because they could wait longer and you put the money and you sit around. So I think that's an important part of the government. But yeah, once it's done, please get along and get out of the way and let these guys do cool stuff.
I was invited in a government panel, 3Cs, all the presidents, and they all talked about digital. 3Cs is a CEE regional initiative they spoke about in the morning. And at the end of the panel, I said, it's all very nice. We are a European CEE-based company. We don't have a single client government of this region. We are serving 25 US federal agencies, 0 in this region. And I think that is the biggest, since we're talking about this region, this is the biggest problem. The government, they want to do everything and all of these things, half-ass schemes, excuse my French, but for just to be clients of your local companies, that's the single most important thing you can do. There is no better financing than a good client.
you, Maciek.
I think we're talking about the same things, but kind of to sum it up, personally, I think there are kind of like three layers. The basic layer is not even that. It's just don't make it worse. If you're an entrepreneur, it's already, and you have a startup, it's already hard enough. Myself also learned that the hard way. It's really hard enough, so just don't make it worse. We don't need any funding. We'll do fine, just don't make it worse. So that's the first layer. Once you get over that, then there's the second layer, help, but not financially. Just make it easy for entrepreneurs to work and operate in the country on the regulations, on the paper stuff, the bureaucracy, and all of that. That's enough. That's already enough, and I think that's already an environment that will create a lot of unicorns. And then there's this third layer, which is the example of, I don't know, Silicon Valley, also Israel, and also what you mentioned, supporting local companies, your own companies from your own background, your own environment with funding. But the truth is, I think that's the least important. The first two layers are a lot more important. They will be fine. Just help them not by not making it worse.
But I want to, before you guys go, I mean, I want to push you a little bit because I think, you know, personally, I kind of agree. But at the same time, we are in a region that's not like, there are other regions in the world, including China and the US, and they are actually actively investing. They're actually promoting, they're doing AI, they're doing a lot of, government-led initiatives to push those things forward. So if we are operating in global markets, we're going to be competing with companies who have really strong support from their governments. So I'm totally like, in the entrepreneurial spirit, yeah, we're fine, we're going to figure it out, just don't be, on our way. I don't think this is a kind of a perspective that takes into account that there's a global market where there are other governments who are investing heavily in some new technologies.
Well, I think maybe just one comment and I shut up. Yesterday there was a panel and someone commented that if you look at the 100 most valuable companies, technology companies in the world, I don't think none of them is European at the moment. Yeah. And I think that's and one of the panelists commented that there would be one element that could change this completely. It's like how you approach data, and because a lot of the companies are based on data right now, and technology is pretty much about data. And I think governments can do a lot, providing infrastructure for data training for new companies. I think there would be a new market completely.
And I'll just add on that because we were discussing this quite a lot, and I need to run. So, extremely quickly. Sorry, let me turn it off. So one thing is, in Europe, you have more than 80 ways how you calculate VAT. So I'm still an investor. So, but in the US you have, but so the local complexities, and so for example, in different countries you have different thresholds for when you need to register for VAT in that country, and so it creates such complexities. For us, we as Exponia, we now have I think 8 European entities, right? Because you have to, because otherwise it's and so 8 European entities, just what kind of mess it creates in the back office and everything, and so simplifying. And so one of the things that why I'm excited about the Growing Europe Business Council is I see the possibility to push on leaders in these countries to try to unify the environment, because language is one thing, but the legal and tax environment it's extremely difficult. Okay. All right, I need to run, so thank you.
Thank you, and we're gonna continue without you. Sorry. Thanks. We're gonna open it up for really quick questions in a second, but I still really want to push you guys a little bit on this, because I think this global perspective, when there are other countries that are doing something, we need to also think about what can we do as a region.
I mean, I agree. It should be a big bet, and it should be a wide bet. It should be kind of almost like a spray and pray, just put it out there, because you don't know where it's going to come from, but you have to just put it in there. And you have to kind of believe, right? And that's what happened in the Valley. That's what happened in Israel. They believed. Singapore, I mean, like I said, I remember there for years, and then we created a huge fund out there. They put a lot of money into us, right? And they put into not only us, I think they seeded 20 other VC funds over a 10-year period, right? that's a lot of money that goes into the companies. I don't think the government should be putting money into the companies. I don't think that's their job, right? But I think they should be putting money into the ecosystem and make it happen. Yeah, and then on top of that, they should be cheerleaders for these companies, right? Every single time a prime minister's going abroad, whatever, and the prime minister Poland did a good job. He talked about CD Projekt. I was happy to hear that. Game industry is awesome. But yeah, like that has to happen all the time, right? Because if you're not selling it, if you're not selling it, who's going to sell it? You have to sell your stuff first. You have to believe in yourself before anyone else is going to buy your stuff.
So Grzegorz, are you expecting the Polish space or the European Space Agency to kind of help you, or are they already helping?
Mainly we are working with university right now. Actually, we're cooperating with 7 universities. We are building for them, each of them satellites. I think government should be more involved, Polish government should be more involved in the space sector. Right now, Polish government is a little bit I don't know, shy. We're pushing money to Europe Space Agency because we're thinking that they will spend our money better than we can do this. So I want our government to be more involved to creating space industry in Poland. This is one thing. And second, right now, I'm creating a Polish mission to Mars with 10 different universities from Poland and Virgin Orbit. So
can you make it like CEE mission to Mars?
Yes. Actually, I think this kind of venture can grow our region, can show that we are doing really cool stuff, and this can be really PR stuff for our government, for our region, for people which are living here. So I get my finger crossed that our government will be more into space and will be more courage to spend money on this sector.
Maciek, do you want to add one more thing before we open up to questions, because we're struggling on time a little bit?
Yeah, I think if you look at some of the data, I think it's not like we have a lot of advantages out of the sea to produce, a lot of unicorns. But I think if you look what can be done, I think there has to be light put into what's going on here. So I agree, it should be at the point in time, there should be regional companies going outside to promote the region. That's one thing. On the government side, I think it's about allowing the capital to flow. That's one thing, and also the talent. I think I'd like to see more people kind of mixing up in, especially in Poland. That's where I live. I know it's not easy to bring the people in with talents and have them working in that industry in particular, not the corporations. I mean, very obvious point, but bureaucracy is something that is killing. I see it with the people. I'm funding companies on my own, and it can be very dreadful. Not only in Poland, it's the same in the US. If you're trying to go from Poland to US, it's a heck of an issue to open a bank account. Yes, if you are a startup, I've seen it with my eyes. It takes 3 months. But we should reduce that, and then I think the region is on trajectory. I think we are in the making still as a place where business can successfully create itself. But I'm very positive this can be done.
All right, Maciek, you were very eager to.
Super quick, just to give a perspective. I think the support from the government is coming because we've seen it also at the heart. So I think they're just starting. As we all probably know from our corporate, from our life background, is sometimes it's better just to go big at once or nothing. And I think that's something that is missing. So to invest more and to be more courageous in doing this. And I'll give an example. At the heart, as we mentioned, we not only build startups, we also connect startups with corporations. And to do so, we have to connect to environments where there are startups. And we do this with all of different hubs. And one of them is embassies. We work with a lot of embassies, probably all of the major ones, at least those that are based in Warsaw. And they always fly whole planes over to Warsaw filled with startup CEOs and head of sales, or all of them. Israeli embassy is actually flying twice a year, so they really try hard. And I think that's what we really need.
I really want to at least have one question, if there's anything. And please make it short question and allow it for a short answer. There's one question here, so there's just one. And if you can say which person. Go ahead.
Thanks. But what we believe in the EO, which is funded by USAID program, I didn't say it. So we believe that those people who are working currently for outsourcing companies, that they will one day they will actually start making their products and their startups. So that is why we're waiting for this moment. So we're developing the ecosystem, blah blah blah. But
we need a question.
Yes. What do you think will actually help the CE region to bloom at one moment or at some moment for the quality and quantity of the startups? Thanks.
Okay, that's a tough question. Can we boom in one moment instead of waiting and maybe next year, maybe in 2 years? Who wants to take this one?
Well, from my perspective, and I think success brings success. If you demonstrate that such things are possible, UiPath, a lot of the gaming companies. I keep my fingers crossed for Grzegorz with his space company, because it's it's unique. If we show that it's these things really happen and they're made and exited by people who a lot of this technological people know, and it's they trust this really happened. I think this will open up a lot of the flow of people to the space. That's at least my personal belief.
Great. So I think we are super optimistic. We don't know if it's going to be super fast or do we need to wait. But what we definitely need to do is my takeaway at least for this is continue to promote and continue to sell the region, because we are the champions basically. Everybody who's sitting here and most of you guys who are sitting there. Sorry, we're totally out of time. That's one thing. The other thing is how do we find those people? Is also they also need to see those examples. So we need to kind of somehow champion is also inside, right? And I think the third thing would be, for me at least, to continue to do initiatives like this that are also somehow funded by our co-panelists, and I think we all owe you huge thanks to be able to be here. And also, kind of promote the region and talk about how can you expand on what we've done so far. So thank you so much for joining the panel. Thank you so much for joining us. And I think we need to close almost right now. So thank you so much.
znam Piotra. Szok, no nie? Nie mieliśmy okazji się poznać. Czekaj, to ja też to wrzucę tu. Ja potem ci to oddaję, tak? Żebyś miał na pytania. No szpilnować.
Ty. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. To będzie mniej więcej ten poziom. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Chyba jeden z najbardziej
Okay, thank you very much for the waiting, for everybody that came here. So I would like to greet you in the Polish house, thanks to the PKO and PZU companies that envisioned this part of Polish soil in Davos just for a few days. So thank you for their hospitality. Today we're going to discuss a pressing matter of taxation. My name is Peter Arak. I'm the head of the Polish Economic Institute, a think tank in Warsaw. We present a paper today. You're not going to see it. You're going to view a video, but I'm giving the voice to. I would like, first of all, I would like to introduce. I would like to welcome our honored guest, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki, the Prime Minister of Poland, Secretary General José Ángel Gurria of the OECD, and Bruno Le Maire, the Prime Minister of Finance and Economy of France. Astonished guests, ministers of the Polish cabinet, heads of Polish institutes, and other members of the probably elite, somehow elite of the world. I give to you Beata Daszyńska-Muzyczka, the head of the Polish Development Bank, who's going to give her opening speech to this discussion.
Good evening. Dear Mr. Prime Minister, dear Mr. General Secretary, dear Minister of Finance, dear Minister of Finance, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to open this high-level discussion devoted to the problem of the tax unfairness. This high-level discussion was co-organized by Polish Economic Institute and the Polish State Development Bank. We all know that unfair taxes practices are among the most demanding business and economic challenges of modern days. You may ask, however, why this issue is so interesting for Development Bank. Why do we support this project? Our mission is to enhance economic and social development of Poland. We carry out our mission supporting Polish entrepreneurs in all phases of their growth, from small to medium enterprises to local and then international expansion. We know the challenges faced by our clients and partners, and we perfectly understand the need of level playing field both for local and international competition. Bringing back to state treasury $500, $600 billion, which every country lost yearly globally. By state governments, it is not only the goal of the fighting against unfair tax practices. Success of this fight is also a basic preconditioning for tax system to be really equal for the small and for the big ones. It is a basic precondition for tax system to be really based on the principles of solidarity. Level playing field for the smallest and the biggest is especially important for the economies of the central and eastern part of European Union. This part of European Union still fighting with the legacy of the communist times. The model of sustainable economic development of our countries has to rely more on local enterprises. Most of them still have to build economic strength and capacity to compete on the regional and global markets. They have courage, They have quality. They have our support. What they need now? They need now equal opportunities for all. I strongly believe that type of meetings and discussion like that today will lead us to solutions that we need globally and not only in the European Union, globally. I think that this discussion, it is very important step toward build deeper solidarity in this topic. Thank you very much, and I invite you for the short movie which shows you some more information from our report together with the Economic Institute, Polish Economic Institute, and I believe it will be some inspiration how to find the way to resolve this problem. Thank you very much.
How do European tax havens work? Imagine a large, prospering international corporation. Let's call it We Don't Pay. We Don't Pay is doing well for itself and generates substantial amounts of profit. It operates in your country and it ought to pay its taxes there, thus giving back to the community it's profiting thanks to, right? Though it ought to work that way, We Don't Pay doesn't want to pay taxes. How does it do it? This is the part where tax havens come in. Some of these are conveniently located right in the heart of the European Union, right under the nose of the European Parliament: Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Ireland. Others, like Malta and Cyprus, are just beyond, in the sun-kissed Mediterranean. We Don't Pay registers a small company in one of these havens, a legal entity usually consisting of nothing more than a PO box. This is the mother company, an entity generously paid by We Don't Pay. What is this mother company paid for? Most often for services which are difficult to value. Services might include the use of a logo, logistical or managerial work. The mother company might also extend high-interest loans, which We Don't Pay pays back. All of this is done with one aim: to turn a substantial part of its profits into untaxed costs. The untaxed profits of We Don't Pay end up in Belgium and the Netherlands, where thanks to the helpful legislation of those countries, it is transferred on to traditional tax havens, like the Cayman Islands or Panama. All traces of the money disappears there. Almost all of the profit leaks out, untaxed, beyond the borders of the EU. Why does We Don't Pay do that? Because it can. This entire process is legal, and though legal, it's a racket that is costing member states over 170 billion euro a year. Yup, that's over 170 billion euros every single year. Is this what European solidarity is all about? We need to act now. taxsolidarity.eu.
Okay, thank you very much. You've seen a very short summary of a report, which is here. So everybody grab a copy if you don't have it. You also can download it on the webpage here. You also can see other movies, glimpses, and podcasts about the issues connected with tax havens. Also, the report has more information, not just those few. I'm going to moderate the debate, which everybody is waiting here for. So I would like to introduce the Prime Minister of Poland, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki. Please come on the stage. Thank you very much. Secretary General of the OECD, José Ángel Gurría, please come also here. And the Minister of Economy and Finance of France, Bruno Le Maire. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for getting over here to discuss this, I think, one of the most hot topics discussed each year. Yet nobody tries to find a working, sometimes, solution for it. I'm going to ask a question to you, all of you three. Please be short, because you're going to have a chance to give your arguments later on in the debate. A report prepared by the European Commission and also one prepared by the European Parliament said and identified 6 member states which could be classified as tax havens basing on the objective data, we present in our paper an amount of approximately 170 billion euros of taxes shifted throughout the world from European companies, European taxpayers, basically, because we're talking about tax authorities. What can be done in order to harmonize tax policies within the European Union or even within the developed world? I don't know. Prime Minister?
Thank you. I think how important the tax system is, we've proven over the last couple of years, repairing this and repairing its critical knots. In the context of VAT, Poland was one of the weakest in tax gathering amongst all the member states of the European Union, with a gap exceeding 27% in the years predecessing 2015. And today we are amongst the best, around 8 or 9%, according to the European Commission stats. This is truly this was a game changer for our economy. And if here in Davos and a couple of hours ago in Japan, I'm asked why was this possible to have such a strong economic growth over the last couple of years. Number one, and not only in terms of the level of growth, but also well balanced. The single reason for this is this changes in the taxation system, and actually lowering taxes. Corporate income tax for small and mid-sized enterprises we've lowered from 19 to 9%, while at the same time trying to eliminate all the abusive clauses, misused schemes, Irish, Dutch sandwiches, as the lawyers call it, and stuff like this. So we have done our part. And now I think it's another very good chance to improve revenues across the European Union, across different member states, through European-wide initiatives. And this is why I'm so eager to read all the reports which are produced by OECD in the first place, and thank you, Angel, for all your good work in the whole base erosion profit shifting report and methodology which you have prepared is also a game changer. So thank you for this. But the European Commission should take the bull by the horns and start appropriate actions to eliminate all the gaps, all the VAT carousel frauds and missing trader links and other actions should be taken to eliminate all the irregularities, let's put it like this. Because even if we can imagine that this could bring half of this amount which was shown here, and the European Commission is actually showing even bigger gap in VAT, around 150 billion, and a corporate income tax, 160 billion, which is roughly amount of money the same as roughly the same amount of money as the annual budget of the European Union. So can you imagine we start really addressing those issues, then the chances for a bigger budget of the EU would be much higher. And if we want to have an ambitious EU policy around innovation, around climate policy, the Green Deal, and so on, and here I'm on the same page with President Macron and Bruno here. We speak about this quite often. I think we should have ambitious budget behind. How to bring new money into this budget? I think through eliminating at least partially those irregularities and frauds which are behind this report.
Thank you very much. Secretary General.
I think it's important for you to for us to distinguish. One is tax evasion, which means given certain rules, given certain laws, because our enforcement is either weak or because we do not have enough tax inspectors, or because there are problems in the enforcement, or because we have just this competence, skills, etc. We may not be complying with the obligation and at the same time not enforcing the existing laws. The other one is about changing the laws, because the laws today allow for not paying taxes. And you have to distinguish two cases. The first one has to do with individuals. Individuals have to pay taxes, the laws are very clear, and they use every possible way not to pay taxes. They take the money away to tax havens, etc., etc. And there, what we have to do is strengthen the enforcement, and I will tell you what we have done and the results that we have done. In the other one, it's a much more complex. Most of the companies that do not pay taxes do not pay taxes legally, quote unquote. It may be wrong, but it's not illegal. Whereas with the people, we are basically talking about people who are trying to avoid and evade taxation. Okay? So, what have we done about the first part? Individuals that want to avoid taxation, taking the money out of the country, going, well, after many, many years of working, and we have created going for something called information on request, now we have automatic exchange of information. What does it mean? 100 jurisdictions in the world today automatically are exchanging information. Why? Because you create an account anywhere in the Caribbean or whenever in any country in the world, in the Pacific, some island or whatever. The bank immediately, by law, will inform the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance will inform the Ministry of Finance of the country of the citizen that created the account. Where are we today with this? 50 million bank accounts have been exchanged already. They are in the desk of the tax authority, of Turkish tax authority for the Turks, and of Italians for the Italians, and for the Mexicans, and for the US, and for the French, and everybody else, for the Polish. Okay, so, and you know how much these 50 million bank accounts are worth? About 5 billion euros. Billion. Sorry, mistake. That would be a lot of money. These are worth 5 trillion. That means 1/3 the size of the US economy. This is the size so far that we have found. And what has happened? Now people are saying, nowhere to hide. So they know that the name is going to show up. So what they do? Mr. Taxman, in the hypothetical case of a hypothetical citizen, created a hypothetical account, hypothetical bank, I forgot, my assistant did not send a copy to you, a terrible situation, big mistake. What can we do? You say, well, we can give you a new uniform, one that has some stripes like this, remember, ministers of finance, and I speak only for myself now, but, we don't want to put people in jail. We want to collect taxes. Eventually, we put a few people in jail simply to show example, but we basically want to collect taxes. So, how many taxes have been collected so far of these people who have gone there to say they wanted to? 102 billion. So please, 50 million bank accounts worth 5 trillion euros, but already having generated 102 billion 102 billion of taxes that have been paid, quote unquote, voluntarily in these windows of opportunity that have been opened, okay? 25,000 tax rulings have been made public, and 1/3 of the total balances of international financial centers have been reduced. Why? Because they say, why do you need to take it to, Kiribati or to Nauru or whatever it is, to hide it, if in any case the name is still going to go because Kiribati is reporting and Nauru is reporting. And of course all the financial centers are reporting. So this is one story. It's working, it's happening, nowhere to hide. The other one is companies. With 15 pillars of working with the companies. And on those 15 pillars, we basically have said, we have succeeded in working with breakdown of country by country, profits, etc. Don't go shopping around for the best treaties possible and things like that. So, where are we? The potential for that is up to 250 billion euros per year that are not being collected, that are right now just being lost. So, we hope to get a large chunk of that. The system is about to start. And then last but not least, the one single area where we have not finished the homework completely is on digital taxation. And maybe that's for the next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruno Le Maire. Thank you. I think that most of the key points have been already said by the Prime Minister and by the General Secretary. I just want to add maybe some few remarks. The first one is a political one. The issue is a key issue from a political point of view because tax evasion feeds populism everywhere in Europe. When you are a single person or a family living either in Warsaw or in Paris, earning, let's say, 2,000 euros per month, you have to pay your due taxes. And there is no possibility of evading your national taxation. That's totally impossible. You have to pay your VAT for each good that you are buying, and you have also to pay a revenue tax for your incomes. No possibility of escaping the taxation. That's fine for the finance minister, but it is very hard to understand for those people that the biggest companies of the world do have the legal possibility to evade a fair taxation. So if we want to avoid populism rising everywhere in Europe, we need to address the issue. And I really prefer to have the 170 billion euros in the banks of the EU, in the EU budget, or in the Polish or the French budget, instead of having it in the Caribbean islands. My second point is that it's first of all up to the nations to fix the issue. And I want to convey what has been made by my friend Mateusz in Poland, because he has been very efficient in collecting VAT. That's a key point. If you want to have a strong state, you need to have strong public finances, and you need to be able to collect taxes. That's something that works very well in France. Sometimes we are under critics, but we are very efficient in collecting taxes. And that's very important for the sake of fairness and efficiency of the states. Then I think we could improve on this second point, the cooperation among EU member states. And that's very important to have a better cooperation among EU member states about the way we are collecting taxes, changing the rules, changing the implementation of the rules to be sure that everybody is in a situation to collect the due level of taxes. My third remark is about the race to the bottom. And Mateusz just raised the issue. I think it is a key issue. We can't have a strong EU without any tax harmonization. I'm fed up with the differences of taxations in Europe. Of course, I can understand that there is 2 or 3 points of difference between some of the member states. But sometimes, when you are looking at the corporate taxation, you can have 20 points of difference between some of the member states, which means that you will have a huge company which will be in France or in Poland, taking the benefit of the French or the Polish customers, making huge profits thanks to the Polish or the French customers, but then putting its profits not in France, not in Poland, but in another member state just for the sake of escaping the level of corporate tax in Poland or in France. I cannot accept anymore to have any race to the bottom on taxation in Europe. And I think that this taxation dumping is really very harmful for the harmonization and the reinforcement of a sovereign Europe. That's why with President Macron, we are fully determined to change the rules. Today, if you want to change this, you need unanimity. We want to have the decisions on taxation issues in Europe to be decided by a qualified majority instead of unanimity. And we will push that proposal, and I hope that we will have the support of Poland on this, because this is key. We can't have such differences among the member states on the question of taxation, and we don't want to go the way of a race to the bottom, because otherwise we run the risk of not having the necessary funding, public funding, to fund public goods like schools, universities, or hospitals. The very last point is about digital taxation. That's a different issue, but I just want to mention it because we are working very hard with Angel to find a compromise with our American friends, and I think that we are not far from getting a final agreement on this question of digital companies. The question is very simple. You cannot accept to have a level of taxation for the digital companies, which are the biggest in the world, 14 points less than the level of taxation for the other companies, including the smallest companies in Europe. Just because digital companies do have and do make profits in Europe without any physical presence. That's the key. And we need to address that situation because the new economic model is based on the biggest companies making huge profits without any physical presence. And if they do not pay the due level of taxation, it won't be efficient and it won't be fair. I think that we are not far from getting a compromise with the US. That's fine. I think that's very good news for all of us. But the key purpose of all of that is to build a new international taxation system for the 21st century that must be more efficient and fairer for the people.
Thank you. And you think in my mind because I just wanted to ask Angel Guria about the same thing. So OECD is one of those institutions, international institutions, which, at its heart, has fighting tax evasion and has some groundbreaking works being conducted in the negotiations. Where we can, because this is, me as an analyst, this interests me the most. When we can expect some kind of even soft law, because these are going to be recommendations, not laws that we have to introduce into the international community. When we could see, the finish line of those.
Let me first tell you who is participating in this definition. 137 countries assembled under what we call the inclusive framework, which means every single country is on the same footing and is participating at its own choice in the different technical work, and then, of course, joining the conclusions and joining the, let's say, the ownership of the product. How long have we been working on this? in this last stage about digital taxation specifically, since 2018, officially, since 2017, unofficially. So basically 3 years on the technical work, 2 years on the official work since we got the mandate. This is a G20 mandate. We are on time for the work. The next meeting is on the 29th and the 30th of January. This is in a few days. Then we will be working on technical stuff for the next few months, and the next big meeting of the inclusive growth, 137, plus the task force on digital taxation, which is a subgroup of this. This is going to be, and the so-called steering committee, which is subgroup of the subgroup, you know, instead of 137, then you have about 24 countries that prepare things and then present them to the 137. Then this is by end of June, July, where all the elements of the package of the solution of the roadmap should be ready. And then from the middle of 2020 to the end of 2020, we should work in putting together the platform for implementation. So we are on schedule, we are on calendar, but we are facing a situation which you all will understand. There is a political imperative in every single country to say it's not possible that some companies, because they are dealing with this technology and so sophisticated, do not pay taxes. Because of what Minister Le Maire said. Like individuals who are captive, the small and medium companies are captive, but the big guys, you know, are basically free to move the profits from everywhere. And so what is happening here? Everybody is saying, well, okay, work on it, you know, OECD, we help you, we support you, we send our best and the brightest technical people, etc. But please, you know, this requires a lot of expertise, but a lot of political will, and in the end, a great spirit of compromise. If at the end of the year you do not have a deal, we reserve the right to go and do our own national thing. So the two reasons why we should have a national, an international solution, a multilateral solution, is because the ownership, the sharing, everybody will be more committed, but because the alternative is so cacophonic and so noisy that we will have 40, 50 countries all under the political imperative of saying, I cannot accept politically that one company does not pay, or the biggest companies do not pay taxes. Therefore, I just have to do it. So we believe we are going to deliver on these dates, before the end of the year. But as I said, the alternative is not at all good. So this would be a double reason why we are going to hurry up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Prime Minister, you touched upon VAT collection and also some of the successes that, according to consulting reports, but also according to the European Commission, were quite a success. So Poland managed to decrease the VAT gap. But there's a level of a gap that's always going to be there because some people make mistakes. There's not always fraud in such situations. But we still see on the European level, you said about 150 billion euros being missing. Some say, as the IFO Institute in Germany, that 64 billion is strictly connected with fraud in terms of the money being missing in the European countries. What more can be done on the European or even OECD level in order to decrease the VAT or European VAT gap?
I think that we should harmonize approach to eliminate VAT frauds, VAT carousel frauds. According to 35 dailies, I think a very thorough analysis made on fraudulent transactions and VAT carousels across Europe is indicating another figure of 65 billion euro missing solely on in this very area, VAT carousels. So whether we speak about the total figure of 150, which is a figure presented by the European Commission, by the way, or 65 billion euro financing mafias and terrorists, everybody would agree in this room, and every decent citizen of the European Union would agree that we have to deal with this. This is the elephant in the room. And here I would agree with Bruno that we have to work common solutions for in those different areas. The moment we agree what's the problem, how to define the problem, and the problem in corporate income tax, to make a little digression, is not only the rates, tax rates, but also different schemes, different legal actions which are behind the rates, which allow companies not to pay taxes. Angel mentioned about this a little bit, saying what is legal, what is illegal, which is pretty tricky because they rich companies and big guys of this world, they hire the best lawyers, and they do this quite often in a legal or half-legal way. So Poland would be ready to take very brave actions together with other member states of the European Union in all sorts of different irregularities. Gray area, black market, VAT frauds, tax evasion, tax abuse in the area of personal income tax or corporate income tax. And I think what's today completely different than it used to be 4 or 5 years ago when I started to get immersed in those topics. And this is, by the way, thanks to Angel and thanks to the position of France and Germany. Like Angela Merkel once said that it's not normal that a shop around the corner pays higher taxes than in Germany than a big corporation. It is not normal. It is not. It should not be acceptable. Okay, so thanks to the change, thanks to the discussions like this one today, thanks to the reports like yours, Piotr, and the a thorough analysis which were made in OECD by the European Commission, we today understand what is the extent of this problem. And this is a very good starting point to address this really seriously. And Poland is ready to do our part to change our system, to do whatever needs to be done to eliminate all those frauds, irregularities, and so on. And this is so important for the not only for the institutions, for the budgetary issues of the EU, but I like the point which Minister Le Maire Bruno made, the social dimension of this, the populism, and so on. This is so important. I couldn't agree more with you, Bruno, on this. I think it's spot on how important this is for the feeling of being treated in a just way. And this is very important for all 500 million citizens of the European Union. So Poland will be very much at the forefront of making changes to a more just and equal taxation system in Europe.
Thank you very much. And one last question before we start a short Q&A session, because I promised you that, about digital tax. We got to know this week that France and the United States managed to cut some kind of deal between them on digital taxation, but France was and still is a digital tax champion in the EU and also in the world, with some interesting solution to the problem, because it's different from other proposals on the market, if I may say so. So if you may say just a few words how it's going to look like in the near future, and how France is proposing the reforms of digital taxation in the European Union.
Very quickly, we want to remain the champion on this new international taxation system, including digital taxation. But President Macron has always been very clear. We want an international solution. And that's very good news to listen to the view of the American Senate today, when we announced that we were not far from an agreement with Steven Mnuchin. The statement of the American Senate was supporting the idea of getting a compromise on digital taxation at the international level. So I really think that France has played its role in pushing an international solution, in giving an impetus to that question, because, when you are talking about international issue, the key question is the awareness of the people, is to make the people aware of the issue, aware of the problem. And that's exactly the role that France played over the last 3 years about that question of digital taxation. We made clear that there was a problem and that nobody could accept to have the biggest companies paying less taxes than the smallest one just because they do not have any physical presence on our territories. Then on the agreement we are working on, it's a very simple one. France will accept to postpone the payment of the national taxation by the companies during the year 2020. Normally the payment should have been made in April. We are ready to postpone the payment till December. But I want to be very clear. No suspension of the French taxation, no withdrawal of the French taxation. Either there is an international agreement at the end of 2020, and in that case, the international agreement will replace our national taxation, or there is no agreement at the OECD, and in that case, since the French taxation remains in place, the companies will have to pay. In any case, digital companies in France will have to pay their due taxes in 2020. It must be clear for everybody. The second point of the agreement is that the US have accepted during the time of the negotiation to suspend their sanctions against France. I think that's very good news, because entering into a trade war between the US and Europe about digital taxation would be really an economic and a political mistake. And the third point of the agreement is to agree on working on a final solution, on a definitive agreement on digital taxation at the OECD level. We just need to be very clear and very specific about the basis of the negotiation, and that's why we will have a new meeting tomorrow morning with Steven Mnuchin, Angel Goya, and myself to have a starting point for the international negotiation, which is a solid one. Because I don't want to have something that would not be clear or that would not be efficient or solid. We want a solid starting point, and that's why we will have a very last meeting tomorrow morning. But frankly speaking, I think that we have made 80% of our road to a final agreement on digital taxation, and that's good news.
Thank you very much. Now the promised Q&A session. So everybody who wants to ask a question, please raise your hands. I think we have time for how many? Three questions. Okay.
Hello, my name is Mateusz Walewski. I'm chief economist of BGK, the Polish Development Bank, the partner of this event. We know that you said that OECD is very advanced in its works on reforming corporate income tax system around the world, but we also know there is a history of EU works on the same issue. There is a history of common corporate consolidated tax base idea. It stuck somewhere in 2016, as far as I remember. What do you think? Do you think that the EU should continue its works on these solutions, or should it be left on international OECD level, or should EU try to somehow copy American solutions, such as BEATS, for example? What should EU do, or should it be only in OECD hands, or should EU do also something about it?
Okay, thank you. I guess it's
whoever wants to answer. It's to all panelists.
Okay.
Very quick response to just underline that we are very much in favor of a common corporate tax rate within the EU. I just want to refer to the Meseberg Agreement between Angela Merkel and Emmanuel Macron, where you have this purpose of getting as soon as possible to a common corporate tax rate. And we are working very hard on that. And I think that Poland will be key, because Poland is now one of the biggest and most important country from both political and economic point of view in Europe. You know that President Macron will be visiting Poland in a few days. That's very important for us. You know that I'm maybe the strongest advocate for the improvement of the friendship and the relationship between Poland and France, because I think it's key, and it also meets the history and the memory of our two countries. And I hope that during the visit of President Macron to Poland, we can register some progress on that issue too.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Nobody, really?
Violent objections?
Nobody objects. Everybody wants to have no tax havens. You know, it's Davos. You could oppose a bit, I guess. Okay, there's one question.
Good evening, Jan Olensky, Radio Wnet. This might be a little bit off topic, but still, regarding taxes, President Donald Trump vowed today to make good on threats to impose the high tariffs on European cars if the bloc doesn't agree to a long-delayed trade deal with Washington. So how will you respond to this announcement by the President of the United States?
Well, Poland does produce French cars, so I dare to try to answer. I think that the first thing which needs to be taken into account is that President Trump has elections towards the end of this year. That's item number one. Item number two is that I think that the example of how France and the United States negotiated the digital taxation and the approach to this is very good. It's based on compromise, on sensible solutions, and I truly believe that there is potentially mutually beneficial deal to be struck between the United States and the European Union. I don't want to sound like escaping this topic, but I think it's very relevant what I'm going to say, even if this is not about the United States, not about the European Union. But this is based on experience of many companies which I talk to. And this is our friends from China. Everybody who thinks that like France is protectionist, or Poland is protectionist, or the United States is protectionist, ask entrepreneurs which market is the most difficult to enter to. And you will always hear China, Japan. I just came from Japan. I have lots of Japanese friends, but these are the facts which I quote from our entrepreneurs, from our CEOs. So the United States and the European Union talking about tariffs, yes, we might have somehow slightly higher tariffs on these goods. They have higher tariffs on the other goods. I happen to be immersed in the European law some time ago, 25 years ago. And in Europe, for many, many years, we are not talking about tariffs anymore. We talk about non-tariff barriers. And in China, I can tell you, and I'm mentioning China because this is such a global power, such an important player in the world, that we have to really deal with the protectionist measures. And I'm not so much worried about, now I go back to the main vein of your question, I'm not worried about tariffs between the United States and Europe. I'm sure President Macron, ourselves, and the European Commission, we will find a way. The average tariffs in the US is 3.4%. Average tariffs in Europe, it's 4.5%. So yes, in Europe we have slightly higher tariffs on average than the United States, but this is neither here nor there in the overall context. Ask people, entrepreneurs producing this or that good, who want to export this good, which market is most difficult to enter to? French, Polish, American, German, or Chinese, or Japanese. You will, 90% of those cases, you will receive answer that the most difficult market to get to is the Chinese market, or the, I don't know, those markets around in the Far East. So our markets, American market, I mean the European markets, are quite open. And by the way, we didn't discuss climate, but Poland is in favor of Green Deal, climate neutrality, and all sorts of those things. But provided that we are not losing all the automotive sector from France, steel sector from Germany and from France to China and to Russia, because there is huge carbon leakage. And this is another dimension of taxation. This is ETS system in Europe is an indirect taxation system. So we have to have a level playing field vis-a-vis all those other players, including Russia and China. And this is for me much more difficult and much more important problem than this 1 percentage point of difference in tariffs on average between the United States and Europe. I'm positive we'll find a deal, we will strike a deal with President Trump, with the United States over the next 6, 12, 18 months. I think there will be a much longer battle, much longer discussion with China, Japan, and the others about different hidden protectionist measures in those markets.
Thank you very much. We went from taxation, tax havens to trade. So, great. Thank you, everybody, for staying here. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, Secretary General, and Minister.